Good afternoon, everybody. This is Our True History. I thought I'd start by talking in a funny voice because I have no idea really. Hello, it's me. Yes, this time I've done the background with 40 years research again because I do enjoy reading people's comments when they suddenly join and all they type in is 40 years of sitting watching YouTube videos or something, what they normally say. So I'm excited to see how many people actually say today that my research is done on YouTube, even though YouTube didn't really start till 2004. But you know what people are like. Hi there, hi guys, hi Jess, hi Paul. Paul's wrote, I'm the 8th person in. Dad Jokes channel has said hi. Hi Dad Jokes. Funny enough, I bought a t-shirt from Poundland just the other day, and it was, I think it said something like, excuse the bad dad jokes. So, yeah. So, thanks James for the rose. So I did a different background today because generally what normally happens is when I do the sort of God-created humans ones, I get a lot of people that the moderators have to block, unfortunately. So thank you for the hearts, whoever's doing that. So today I thought I'd just do a general one. Paul's wrote, what's your thoughts on the Kolbin Bible? I'll be honest, I don't know what that is. So you've got me on that one, sorry. I try, as you've probably heard me say it a few times, I try and avoid the Bible. Obviously, I have to look at the Bible when the Anunnaki stuff comes up, but I do try and avoid sort of those kind of things if I can help it. Jess had wrote, where are Bigfoot's native to? So if you believe the not whistleblowers, if you believe the people that say that they was spent time with the Bigfoots, there was a particular lady that said she'd spent about 5 days with the Bigfoots and they telepathically spoke to her, etc. She wasn't held captive per se, but she decided to make her move and leave while they weren't around. So you can kind of guess what that means. But they said to her that they're from a place called, and I quote this, Nirmana. Now, what the hell Nirmana is, I have no idea whether it's even real or not. But so they're they have to be an alien race. They have to be, and that the reason for that is when you've got the story of that boy that reported it to a newspaper that he saw, a massive hairy ape type man with the little greys back in 1940s, early 1940s. You've got to say there and then that was the first recorded, certainly outside of America, information on a Bigfoot, and that was cited in the UK. So when you've got a sighting in the UK in the 40s of little greys, although he called them grey, but his accent was so bad that the news reporter wrote down little green men instead of little grey men. So when you've got a Bigfoot flying around, that's just one of many cases of Bigfoot being seen with aliens coming in and out of craft. So it makes sense that the ones that are here, from the stories I've heard, are from a crashed prison ship, and they're the descendants of them. So it makes sense that they're not, native to this planet. Genex wrote, how does Nibiru get their sunlight? It's a really good question. I haven't actually thought on that. Now, technically, there was a dead star that's going around with it. So originally, was that star with them? If that is true, probably not, because that was a rogue planet that came from outside our solar system, came into our solar system, and we supposedly should have been a binary star system. In fact, most star systems should be binary, 2 suns. So if they have got a sun caught in their orbit, or they're caught in its orbit, and it's all going around 3,600 years, I doubt if they got their light from that. So it's a really good question. I know obviously the heat, you can, I've looked into it, you can have planets that can have the heat coming from the underground, from the actual core of the Earth, etc. But the sunlight would make them, the lack of sunlight would make them, I would say, pale skinned, which would make sense. But no, it's a good question. I don't know the answer to that question. It's a really good question. Go number 1 in the class for that, June. James wrote, "Is there any hope for humanity, bro?" For the elites, yes. For us, no. I mean, there's no one's coming to save us. They really ain't. I know people will say aliens won't let this happen, and I mean, you just look back at our history of people taking over our countries, killing people. Now we're all right-ish. We're thinking we're all right, but we're not. They're just, this time we don't actually have they're not wearing a costume. They're not wearing a uniform. This time it's really a handful of billionaires literally telling us their plans, literally. And that's the thing with David Wilcox. He said that the elites have to tell us, in order for the creature to come from another dimension or whatever, like a demon, if you will, for whatever you want to call it. This is his words. In order for them to bring through that creature to our dimension, they have to let the whole population know their plan. And this is apparently in an old book, very old book, that's in the British Museum. And, when I first heard that, I thought, yeah, come on, David, you're talking rubbish. But literally, they are telling us every step of the way, we're going to do a great reset, we're going to take the money, we're going to depopulate, we're going to do this, that and the other, and we're going to basically have a controlled new world order. They've told us that. And so when you start listening to that and you start looking at every single thing they say, and you put it together, you start saying, well, actually, those camps that they've made, and the things that they put in people's arms 2 years ago and whatever else, they're literally doing it to us, and we can't, majority of people can't see it, and so they're getting their way, unfortunately, and we are going to end up. The only way really to stop this is to take out who. But that would have to be a completely coordinated effort, because the second one of them gets, in trouble, the others will just fly off to their. We've got. Well, America's got 70 odd underground cities, and they're called DUMBs. But once a problem happens, they'll be gone like rabbits down a rabbit hole. So it would need to be a coordinated attempt, and unfortunately the only people close enough to them are the bodyguards and whatever else that get highly paid and think that they're going to be fine down the line. I mean, you look at the politicians last 2 years ago, when you had people saying you should, they had fake things put in their arm. If you look at the videos of them, the people weren't even injecting it. It was just fake. So those people either have been bought off, threatened, or promised that when the whole plan goes ahead, they're going to be fine. But anyone that has to be coerced into doing something like that should be thinking, hang on a minute, if they can, depopulate, 8.5 billion or whatever, they probably don't need me. Let's just take Boris Johnson. They probably won't need me. I'm, a numpty as a prime minister. I'm a numpty as a person. What benefit would I bring to the 500 million that's supposed to be left? So that they should be looking at that, these people in power, even Trudeau and all of those people, Jacinda or whatever her name is in Australia, they're thinking, oh, I'm going to be all right because they've told me I'm going to be all right. But when you deal with the devil, metaphorically, you're not going to probably come out. That this is supposed to be a new world order of highly intelligent people, etc., etc., not lazy people and not stupid people. And they don't need politicians. They really won't need politicians in this new world order, because the new world order is run by the elites. What would they need these buffoons for? They wouldn't. But anyway, that's up to them, I guess. But no, that's the problem. Delvers wrote, "Is Jesus real?" Thank you, Mikey P, for the heart. Is Jesus real? I believe he was a real character. I believe I have worked out who his father was, and it wasn't an almighty being. There's no way it would have been an almighty being, because anyone with that brain power wouldn't just put one person down in the same place where the Anunnaki were, etc., etc. You get the idea. So when you've got everything happening over in the Middle East where the Anunnaki, which was an alien race that created humans, and we've got the evidence of that, if anyone's interested, there's a 35-minute video on my YouTube channel, Our True History, that proves it. No one, I keep doing these live chats and I tell people to go there, and people have watched it. All I've got, instead of people saying I'm wrong and pointing out where I'm wrong, all I've got is amazing research, you're the best, fantastic. That's the comments I get. I'm not, trust me, I'm not deleting any comments that say negative stuff, because I would address the negative stuff. So from the, if you're religious, forgive me, but the Anunnaki created it. If you want to carry on believing in an almighty being, fine. But if you're open enough to look into it, all you have to do now is watch 35 minutes, because I am the final word on it, because no one else has bothered doing what I've done. And I don't mean to sound big-headed, but they haven't. And I've actually got hours worth of that. So if you're actually interested in the hours, many hours worth of proving that the Anunnaki were here, were aliens, and what the Bible was talking about was the Anunnaki, I've got on my pinned videos on my TikTok page, I've put the series of them, as well as the series of everything you need to know about spirits and mermaids, etc. It used to be, or it still is, on my Patreon page. However, TikTok's now got this series which you can go and watch. So if you're interested, they're on my pinned videos if you're interested. Sorry. Paul has wrote, it speaks of the destroyer, aka Nibiru. It's supposedly the Egyptians' version during the Exodus. I should look into that then, Paul. Thank you for that. I haven't really come across that, to be honest with you. So I will have a look at that. Thank you. I'm actually trying to swipe the screen to the right, because normally you can, if you swipe the screen to the right, you get everything bigger writing. Anyway, okay, I can't do that. Thank you, whoever's doing the hearts still. You don't have to. Jess has wrote, is there any true evidence of a Bigfoot? Well, they've caught, obviously, you got the Patterson Gimli footage, which, when you actually look at the people that said it's genuine compared to the people that say it's fake, and you look at the people who say it's fake, and you look at them properly, and you find out where they've come from, what institution they come from that's backed up by the Rockefellers, etc., etc., you have to disregard whatever they say. So then you go to the other independent people that have nothing to gain from it, people that study animals, people that study the vocals, people that study camera work, people that study everything to go along with the Patterson Gimli footage, then you find that they all agree that even Stan Winston looked at it and said it was, if it was Stan Winston, it does makeups, etc., makeup effects. I think he's passed now, but he looked at it and said, if it was fake, it was bloody damn good. So that's the first bit of evidence, I would say. Obviously, you've got, for every person that reports a Bigfoot sighting, you've probably got 10 that don't bother. Because when you live in those areas that, you see them every night, who's going to sit there and say, oh, last night, I was out and I saw a Bigfoot. What benefit's got? There's no benefit to a lot of people to actually bother doing that. So
so obviously sightings. Then you've got the evidence of people's dogs' necks being twisted 360 degrees by something very strong. When the dogs have seen the Bigfoot and chases after it, up and down the whole of America. So we're not just talking one area that there's a bloke that's going around twisting dogs' necks. This is up and down the whole of America. So there'd have to be loads of blokes going up and down America to twist dogs' necks and dress up as a Bigfoot, unless their owners did it, which obviously it's not. And of course the police get called, which is how we know these reports. Then you've got the footprints. Obviously, there was footprints before it even became mainstream. There was one of the main reports of the Bigfoot was there was a construction site owned by a family, and one morning they went back to the site and barrels had been thrown and all kind of things, but they noticed these footprints, and this is in America. And long story short, they swore, that it was genuine, and they didn't even know about other Bigfoots at this point. So, and then you got the scat and the hair and the video footage of other things that I've seen. Many video footage, I'm sure you have, of Bigfoots. So yeah, I think they're genuine. Absolutely. I mean, people get rocks thrown at them and stuff by Bigfoots. Who wants to make that up? I don't know. I'd say they're genuine. User has wrote, "Greeting humans." Paul's wrote, "There's a documentary that captures a Bigfoot. They are very real." I'm not sure which documentary you're referring to. Sardus wrote, "Bro, start a YouTube channel." I have got one. It's called Our True History. I've also got a website if you want to find the YouTube channel through the website. Sorry, I'm just moving position. The website's called outruehistory.co.uk. Leon's wrote, "Not being able to jump on and listen lately, been busy. Good to hear your voice again." Oh, thank you, Leon. Are you sure it's good to hear my voice, or just the info? Kerry's wrote, "Hello, hi Kerry, nice to see you." Kerry, Jess has wrote, "Do you think the humans killed the dinosaurs?" Absolutely. So, obviously, the meteorite, there is enough evidence that a band of material went pretty much, not all the way around the planet, but a fair amount around the planet. And then after that, when you look at the sediment and everything else and the soil, you realise that things did die. So there was a big period where the sun was blocked out, etc., etc. But that doesn't mean all the dinosaurs died out. So when you've got the footprints with humans, you've got, now I know you could say, well, the footprints are older and therefore 65 million years old, but we've got carvings of them. We've got so many different carvings, the Cambro figurines, the Ica stones, the carvings on temples in India and temples in Mayan, and even the Bible talks about the behemoth with the towel the size of a cedar tree trunk. So it doesn't take an Einstein or an Our True History to work out that when you have 40-odd thousand of these carvings in these stones, and it's showing people killing the dinosaurs, literally Stegosauruses, Triceratops, T-Rexes, some sorts of Diplodocus or Brachiosaurus, or those sauropods, etc. Once you've got those thousands and 40-odd thousands of these stones carved, some of them with people stabbing, riding, that's just those. Then you've got the 30-odd Cambro figurines, which were actual clay models that were found. So when you've got all of that, and then you find that some of those dinosaurs were found after the skeletons were found, after the stones were found. In other words, dinosaurs we didn't even know about the skeletons were found after. So either someone knocked them up as a hell of a giggle, and it would have took a long time, 40-odd thousands, a long time for one person to do. So yeah, they're and the patina and everything else to put on these stones. So I just think that we did kill them out. Yeah, I mean, we probably more than likely, according to mainstream as well, we killed off the other hominids that were here at the time. So not only did we breed with them, but we also bumped them off because we were slightly smarter than they were. Which is a horrible thing to say, but seems like that. Katie Leonard has wrote, "We are divine." I'm guessing you're saying that because maybe the Bible. Obviously, once you get rid of the Bible, there's nothing. You've got no sort of. We can't do magic. We can't do anything. So I would probably disagree with that. And of course, the Bible does copy the older text, which talks about the Anunnaki. I've proved that. If you're interested, go watch the 35-minute video on YouTube on my thing, and I prove it. There is no one's ever going to come back. Once you watch it, no one's ever going to say, "You're wrong." They can't, because literally I prove it. James wrote, "Thanks, bro." Glenn Zoo has wrote, "When we die, we just leave this temporary vessel. Our soul is immortal," my opinion. You are spot on. But you might be looking at it that we grow our own soul every time we're born, which doesn't work, because reincarnation would then have two souls, because your soul would be in someone else, and someone else would, and then when they die, someone else would get three souls, and just repeat. So the orbs, the light energy orbs that join with us in the womb, they're eternal, and they're what connects with us like a hard drive, basically. So you're not, I don't know if you knew that side of it, but if you look into it, you'll see that there's no way we could all have our own soul if we reincarnate, because I would have someone else's soul and mine, and probably a billion other people's souls all inside me right now. It just doesn't work that way. Alfredo's right. "Hello, sir. Hello, class. Sorry I'm late. I'm waiting for the joke here. I was abducted. Thankfully, they skipped the probe." And are you sure you meant thankfully? I'm going to reread that again. Alfredo's wrote, "Hello, sir, class. Sorry I'm late. I was abducted. Sadly, they skipped the probing." Alfredo, what are you up to? What are you like? Barbers wrote, "We are doomed." You go back to the world wars and everything else, and luckily, it didn't. The whole planet wasn't affected as such, but certainly the people in those areas were affected. So, we can all sit here and say, "Oh, well, the 15-minute city's not happening to me, or the digital currency's not going to happen to me," or, I mean, if I don't know if you know of a gentleman called Nigel Farage. His bank has basically said, "No, we're not going to be your bank anymore." So obviously he's got business as well. So he's gone to other banks here in the UK. Now, Nigel Farage was the leader of a party called UKIP, and he also was the voice of getting Britain to exit the Brexit, the European Union. So he's done that. So he is a figurehead that people will follow if he said, "Oh, don't do this and don't do that." So the only way to shut someone down, just like they did with Tommy Robinson, I don't know if you guys are aware of who Tommy Robinson was, they did the same thing with him, shut his banks and whatever else down. So Nigel's probably going to have to go abroad and find some way of actually having his money. Now that sounds drastic, but that's as simple as it is. If they don't like your narrative, if you're a sympathiser, in other words, when we sit and click a like button on a video that we don't like, whether it's to do with LGBT, or whether it's to do with colour, or whether it's to do with politics, or whatever it is, and you click like, you become a sympathiser. Now, back in the Cold War and even World War One and World War Two, if you was a sympathiser, they looked out for sympathiser. In other words, they would mock you as a person that, more than likely down the line, they will want to sort out. So we're all sitting here clicking likes and everything, you know, on your Instagrams and your TikToks and your Twitters and whatever else. And you know, other than TikTok, all those other ones are being fed straight into a artificial intelligence database of people who are going to cause problems when they try their 2030 agenda. And by then, we will have digital currency, and they will just say, "Bang, your history. You will not be able to use your money, your card or anything in a shop." And they've got you there and then. It's as simple as that. But of course, you know, even I'm still bad. You know, I go to the petrol station or I go to McDonald's or whatever I do, and I tap. And I shouldn't tap. I should go and use cash. But it's bloody convenient, and that's how they get us. Sorry, guys. I know it's depressing, but it's, you know, you in your heart, you know that's where it's going. James has wrote Laws of the Universe. I'm not sure what that's referring to. Cookies wrote, is it just Project Bluebeam to control us more? The technology is there now to fake it. Well, Project Bluebeam was actually originally done as a religious way of getting people to follow them. So they actually did a couple of tests of Jesus in the sky, and people went mental and thought that they'd seen Jesus. But the actual technique was going to be used with HARP, which is technically it's a weather modification device, but they've actually got these other devices that can actually cause earthquakes. I know it sounds bad, but if you go back and look at the last few earthquakes out in the ocean and whatever else that caused tsunamis, you'll find that it was the military. Just so happens there was a helicopter filming the area in the middle of the freaking ocean when there was the footage was on the news, but no one clicked on, except for me, I guess, as usual. No one clicked on that the camera was ready, set for this sudden explosion that happened under the ground. And of course, everyone was saying, "Oh, it's an earthquake," but it's not. It was controlled deliberately, and they were filming it for obviously research purposes and to prove to people, "Hey, look, this is what happened." But there was no way that they would know that was going to happen right at that particular point in time. In not only time, but also the location of it. I mean, when you go out to the middle of the ocean, it's massive. And when you film, the only way to get sort of the whole of the area in would be the higher you go, the better chance you've got of capturing exactly where that was going to be. And this was probably only, I don't know, a couple of 1,000 foot off the ground, the helicopter off the ocean floor, ocean surface. So they knew exactly where it was. Sorry, going back to your question. So, yeah, I think they changed it over time to be UFOs. This is live, everybody, if anyone's listening. I do read out every question, but I waffle on a bit. So I think they changed it to UFOs. However, I can't remember who it was, but someone suggested, a really researcher that I do admire. Thank you, Shell, for the rose. A researcher said that he thinks that it's going to be something slightly different to do with aliens. And of course, thank you, Shell, you really don't have to. But when you look at the amount of UFOs that the government's kind of allowing out, you know, the Tic Tac incident, etc., then you start thinking, well, maybe they are using that to get us ready for something to do with aliens. Thank you, Cookie. So yeah, they're up to something, and they had. I knew about the technology in the 80s because I've been doing this for 40 years, and I'd come across this technology where a whistleblower was saying that he'd seen this. The actual military person had seen this technology, and at that point, I hadn't heard of Project Bluebeam, and he was saying that they could put anything in the sky they wanted to, and people would believe it. And I was thinking, what's the point? I didn't get what their game plan was back then. But I held that in my head until as time moved on, and then I started hearing about Project Bluebeam. I thought, makes sense. Alfredo's wrote, Teresa's wrote, thankfully. That was, I think, Alfredo. Alfredo's wrote, "This is true. If they tell us and we do nothing, we acquaintance through our own for basically not doing anything. Then we, not that we deserve it, but yeah, we're going to get what we do because we, yeah." James wrote, "People who see don't want to see it." Yeah. Cookies wrote, "Wi-Fi signal can now see people through buildings. AI trained via camera matching Wi-Fi." Yeah, that's, believe it or not, that's a fairly new technology. I know you're aware of it, but the military have been able to see through walls for the last 30 plus years. They have a device that can actually see literally right through. They have to wear goggles, like similar to night vision goggles, but they can actually see where people are in the building, walking around, sitting around, doing whatever. And so this, I think, is a version off of that. So you are correct. They can actually see using a Wi-Fi signal, but the other, whatever the military had, wasn't obviously your Wi-Fi in your home, because we didn't have it back then. But it obviously is a technology that they can certainly use. Cookies, Justice wrote, "Do you believe we went to the moon? I don't, because I don't believe we had the technology in the 60s. My biggest problem with the moon landing is, well, there's a few actually, is the fact that they could have allowed a live feed and they didn't. They let broadcasters have a feed off of a projected screen, which there was only one projector out there, I checked, at the time, that would actually be able to project a digital image. Otherwise it would have had been recorded on film, and that's where I would have got them. But luckily there was one projector that could have done that, projected the actual live image onto a screen, and then they filmed the screen, and that's what got broadcast around the world, which is why it's so blurry, which is ridiculous. And the reason why they've blurred it is because you then don't see all the details. So in other words, my opinion, yes, they faked certainly the early missions. Now I know people say, well, there's a mirror up on the moon that they can use to measure the distance and whatever else from Earth. But they also have the TR3A, which was back then they had, and then later on they had the TR3B, and now they've actually got the TR3D. Now, don't ask me what happened to C. It's probably crashed. It didn't quite work, but yeah, or they use it for something else. So they had the technology to get to the moon and put that mirror there, regardless of whether they used an Apollo type rocket. So yeah, I agree with you. There's so many inconsistencies. When Neil Armstrong come back, and you'd think he'd be buzzing about being the first person but he's not. He's so cagey if you watch the actual interview. And in fact, Richard D. Hall, who has a website called richplanet.net. Thank you, Donna. Nice to see your name, Donna. Richard D. Hall has got a website called richplanet.net, and he had a body language expert check not only the Madeleine McCann family, and you can probably guess where you know where I'm going with that. Poor Madeleine, sick parents is all I'm going to say. But so he had the body language and everything that was on the panel of these astronauts that had just come back from, and even that he did it with an interview with. So Neil Armstrong had an interview with Sir Patrick Moore, who was an astronomer, a short while after returning back from the moon. And so this Richard D. Hall got this body expert to watch all the videos of Neil Armstrong, and basically all you hear this body expert say is deceit, 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 deceit. You can get the idea. So if he's saying that Neil Armstrong's and the other panel, thank you Ivanhoe for the rose, if it's deceit, 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 same as Madeleine McCann's parents, and this guy that he got worked for top of the police and top of this and top of that. So he's not just some guy that's random that doesn't, that does this as a hobby, the body expert. So yeah, it's, I think they didn't go there. Glenn Zeus wrote, there is a Galactic Federation of Worlds, 100%. So I knew that a long time ago as the Council of Aliens. That's what it used to be called. Over time, the Galactic Federation names come in. Obviously, that's the name we've given it. I doubt if the aliens would have decided to call themselves the Galactic Federation. So I think that's the name we've given to them. But I think, there is aliens out there. I mean, we've got enough UFO sightings to know that there's aliens out there. And of course, the Anunnaki were aliens as well. And we've got the evidence that they were smarter than us. I mean, just the evidence still stands in buildings that we still can't recreate. So we know there's aliens out there. So it doesn't take an altruistic history to work out that if they all got together, they would probably quarantine planets like Earth as a young planet up and coming. I mean, I have heard obviously stories, but yeah, it's. I think there is a federation of some sort, or council of aliens that will try and defend against the, for example, the Dracos. If they were as bad as everyone says they are, it'd be stupid that they didn't make an alliance. My only worry is when you hear, and I know Corey Good's been sort of slapped on the wrist, and he's admitted that he's made some stuff up. But you've got him, you've got Randy Kramer, and you've got Emery Smith, etc., as whistleblowers. If you believe any of them, all of them pretty much say that when we're on another planet, we're at war with another race, which is either ridiculous or, oh yes, that's exactly what we're like. We go to another planet and we're at war with another race. Yeah. James wrote, I saw everything, bro. I'm not sure what I was referring to there, but I'm guessing you're on about the what they're telling us they're going to be doing. I think maybe. Just to let everyone know, if you're interested, I now have a TikTok shop. So you just advert time. The sponsor today is me. So if you click on my profile at the end of this, and then click on the little shop icon, you'll see products, and one of the products is an absolutely amazing escape room game that I created, got it published and printed and everything else, and you use it in your own house. So it's done by a pack of cards with some clever, genius, if I do say so myself, puzzles, etc. It's not too difficult, but the actual concept of the game. So you basically hide certain amount of cards around a room, in your garden, in an office or whatever, and then you lay out the other ones. I don't want to spoil the game for you, but you lay out the other ones, and when you find the team, you have teams or whatever, and you go and find them. You have an hour to do this. You find the cards, and you have to work out the clues. Some of them match the ones that's on the table, for example. Some of them match the ones that you haven't maybe not found yet. But it's not just matching; it's trying to work out the clues, and it's based on the creatures, the paranormal stuff that I deal with. So if you're interested in an escape room that you can do at home, which is genius if you ask me, it's there on my TikTok shop, as well as a couple of other things on there that I've done as well. So if you're interested, go there. Right, back to the questions. This is live, by the way, everybody. Salvatore's wrote, and I do notice that there's less people than there normally is, because I'm not talking about God. So I think probably the other 200 that I normally have on top of the amount that hit now are probably the religious people waiting to have a go at me, and so I'd rather have people that's more interested than wanting to fight. Salvatore wrote, can you go into more details about Project Serpo? You wrote Serpo, but I think it's Serpo. So for those of you who don't know, Project Serpo is based off of the story that came out that the military back in the 60s contacted the grey Zeta Reticuli species because they had one from a crashed. I'm being brief here. They had one from a crashed UFO. That little grey talked in like bird whistles and tweets and things like that. And eventually, he was an actual. They do have gender, regardless of what other people might want to say. The universe seems to have two genders of everything except for Earth now. But so he was and they have family units and whatnot. He was a mechanic, and with the crashed wreckage, the military managed to get a device up and running to be able to communicate back with his home planet, which they did. Long story short, they managed to set up an agreement where 13 military people would go to their planet, just like Spielberg put in his movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which obviously he was fully aware of what happened because Spielberg was obviously dealing with and being helped by Jacques Vallée. I don't know if you know who he is, but he was sort of the godfather of ufology, really. I know some people say Stanton Friedman was, but he was more the physicist side, but in terms of research. Anyway, so these 13 went to Project to Serpo. One died on the way. The military leader of the ones that was going there, and it did take some time. I think it was about 9 months to get there. So I know people say, well, they got faster than light travel. They go through a wormhole, but it still takes them a long time to get there. Anyway, they got there, and the main part of this is that the body of the human that they took away, and was actually using his body parts to create new species with other species that they have. So the Zetas basically go around and create new life from anything, literally anything, which is why they have been seen here, harvesting plants, animals, everything. That's not to say the little other greys, the Orions, don't, but I'm just going to have a quick drink. Sorry, everybody, I'm dying. Sorry. So that's the scariest part of Project Serpo, is that. But then the second scariest part is that they live like we're going to end up living, by the way, which is really sad if us are still alive. But our society will end up being like theirs. So they had what they call distribution points. So if you wanted something, you would have to go to this distribution point and get it. So there was no crime, even though they did have police and military. There was no crime because no one really needed to steal anything, because you would get whatever it is you want. You would have to work for the state. The rich people, or the not rich, but the leaders, they don't use money, but the leaders of their society have, more than the normal aliens, normal people, if you want to, whatever you want to call them. So they're in control, and they dictate what the normal people do, how long they work for, and so on and so on. And that's really scary, because that is exactly how we're going to end up being. Money's going to be phased out. We're going to have to just do... And the reason why I say money's going to be phased out is because they're already doing it now with the... I don't know if you guys know about this, but certainly in Scotland there, you'll own nothing. You've probably heard that, and you'll be happy. It's because the government's going to be handing out the money soon, so you'll be not needing to work. You're being paid by the government to do whatever it is you're doing, and eventually you'll be weaned to them paying you instead of a company paying you. That's how it's going to end up being. So when you need money, you have to go to them, and whatever they tell you to do, you have to do, because they own your house, they own everything, your car, they'll own everything. Literally, anyway. So that's why I worry about Project Serpo, simply because two of them stayed, if you're interested, on the planet. The others returned back, and I think the last one died not so long ago. It's a fascinating story. If you're interested, do look it up. Sorry, I'm just scrolling down. Salvatore's wrote, is there life on the planet Venus? Could you share what you know? So underneath, so Venus is our nearest planet to us, and yet we never really hardly talk about it. And I keep looking there for women because apparently they're shaped like Venus. That's a bad joke. Remember the poem? There was a woman from Venus whose body was shaped like a Data, Star Trek. Anyway, so yeah. So basically, Venus, I think, forget Valiant Thor. I think everyone's sort of debunked him now. Not just me, but other people have sort of said that it doesn't quite make sense. And so Valiant Thor was the one that they said that was here, helping a president of America. I can't remember which one, Truman or Eisenhower, one of those ones. Sorry, I'm forgetting which one it was, but I think it was a fake story. In fact, if you look into it, you'll come to the same conclusion. But I think, from what I have heard, that Venus has a cloud that's literally permanent all the way around the planet, and it's a gaseous, and it's possibly harmful. But apparently underneath that, Venus, and in fact I just did a video recently showing that Venus, this isn't me saying it, this was mainstream saying that Venus could have, what that actually said, the article actually said Venus could have looked like Earth. And I think it probably does look a bit like Earth from everything that I've heard. Now, whether people can live on there, I don't know. I've not heard anyone say that, that militaries, they've been there for sure. I mean, if they can go to the moon and go everywhere else, they will certainly go to Venus. But I've not heard of any bases being set up there. That's not to say there isn't. I've just not heard it. So is that because it is toxic? I don't know. Obviously, I've heard Mars and I've heard the moon. And in fact, some planets out around some of the Europa and stuff have now got bases on. But other moons. But Venus, I've just not heard anything. So other than that, more than likely it's fine underneath the gas, but whether the gas causes problems to us, I don't know. So if you hear anything, let me know. James has read, this is live, everybody. James has read, anyone see the Game of Thrones? They tell you that, I don't. I tried watching Game of Thrones twice. I stopped at the same point on the first episode. I just thought the acting and the dialogue was appalling. I know people say it gets better, but I struggled at that point. Mikey B has wrote, hey my brother, hi there. Hi Mikey, hope you're well. Cookies wrote, politicians don't run as it's just a soap opera we watch. Alfreda's wrote, time check 3:40 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have no idea. So I'm probably so that would have been 6:40. So I'm 20. I'm trying to do the math quickly. May Wee has wrote, do you believe in the Galactic Federation? Do you think they'll help the elites decide to depopulate? No, they won't. They won't help at all. The ones that are trying to help have tried to help. They've abducted people. They've showed us where we've gone wrong. They've put us back to bed. In the morning, we wake up with a nagging feeling to, help the Earth in some way or whatever. But they're not gonna. I mean, they didn't help in World War One. Didn't help in World War Two. Ain't gonna help now. Ain't gonna help. No, they're not gonna help. Salvatore's wrote, when we die and we are now a light energy being, can we see and talk to people that have already died? Yes. Yeah. They they have parties. They chat to each other. They play football. On the other side, and it sounds stupid, but they actually manifest whatever it is. They manifest a football. They manifest pint glass. They manifest. So for us, we think that's really ridiculous. How the hell can they manifest something from nothing? But they can, and that's where a lot of the stories of creating things from the ether. Even power comes from the ether. There's won't bore you, but there's people out there that believe that they can actually harness that, what the spirits use to manifest things, actually as power, which is pretty impressive, if you ask me. So, yes, they can talk to each other. Some of the stories I've heard, because I talk, as you know, I've spoken to clairvoyants, mediums, spiritualists, etc. And I've watched many more programs on them and everything else. And some of the stories you hear of these spirits on the other side with other spirits, some of them push their way through. Especially if there's someone that believes that they can talk to them, like medium or whatever. Then the stronger frequency, because everything's to do with frequency. The stronger the frequency of the person on the other side can push out or push away a lower frequency. So, for example, a mum and a dad, and the dad's a bit weaker in frequency, but the dad's trying to come through to talk to his daughter. The mum can if she's got a stronger frequency, she'll come through, and then the dad won't get a chance to get through. So they do. It's a lot to do with the frequency over, and the same goes for bad people and good people. The good people are a lighter. This is what I've been told: a lighter frequency. I don't know what the lighter part means, and the darker frequency or the heavier frequency is where sort of the Bill Gates should end up. It's not necessarily hell. It's a place where all the bad people end up being. So, any spirits out there, when some of our elites, unfortunately, are no longer with us, feel free to attack the crap out of them. Because I know when I pass, I am going to get you lot with me, and we're all going to go and sort them out, push them out of windows and whatever else needs to be done. Cookies wrote, then who created the Anunnaki? Chemicals. Chemicals can actually create life. If you just take a second to look it up, type in "can chemicals create life?" You'll find that about 6 months ago there was an article saying that scientists have now created life using about 5 different chemicals. So once we know that chemicals can create life, which we kind of guessed years ago, even at school I was told that chemicals created life. But now we can prove that, apparently, then that negates, an almighty being. There's no need for an almighty being. Obviously, people want an almighty being. My mum still wants. I was seeing my mum today, and she still wants an almighty being there because she grew up with people telling her there's an almighty being. And the funny thing is, and this isn't me saying this has actually been studied by Russians as well as Americans, that if you say something enough, it becomes true. And that even leads into where people have lie detectors. I don't know if you're aware of this, but when you have a lie detector, the people that actually do the lie detector tests will say that if someone has said a lie enough, Jerry McCann, Madeleine McCann's father, if someone says a lie enough, then when they do a lie detector, the chances are they will actually pass it, because it's the neuro pathways have created that link that's not there, because normally there's no link because you haven't actually witnessed or experienced that. But by saying a lie enough, you can actually create a pathway, and therefore when you have a lie detector, you can pretty much pass it, which is really sad, but true. Thank you for whoever's doing the hearts. Glenn Zuzro, the Greys got defeated and left our solar system in 2021. It's just the humans who worked for them left. I'd like to see the evidence of that, or where you got that from, because that's not what I've heard. The Greys got... I'm just rereading that because that's something I've never heard before. The Greys got defeated and left our solar system. So that means they would have had to have been defeated by either us, bearing in mind the Greys, if you're referring to the Orion Greys, because the Zetas are placid and fine, so that would have had to have been the Orion Greys, really. So if the Orion Greys, who have the backup of the tall whites, and the praying mantis, who are one of the oldest races ever, apparently. So you're saying that those three, bearing in mind the little greys are just androids, so the androids left because some other race that was defending us had kicked them out of our solar system. Is that what you're saying? That the logic just doesn't sit right with me on that one. So I'd be interested to see where you got that info from. Blazers wrote, thoughts on the giant of Kandahar in Afghanistan? This is live, everybody. I'm just reading every single question out. Forgive me if I haven't got to you yet. But at least it's not scrolling all the way to the bottom, because no religious people are getting angry with me today, because I'm not really talking about the Anunnaki as gods. So the Kandahar giant, there's two incidents now in caves, and they have the second one after the first one. So the first one was supposedly was the Kandahar one, and the second one that they created this particular type of gun that would shoot mortar at it, because it didn't go down straight away, the Kandahar one. So, and I think supposedly it took someone out. We have giants now. Anyone over 7 foot is classed as a giant. If you have your parent as an Anunnaki 8 to 12 foot tall, back in them days, and the longevity of, you look at the Sumerian kings list, 106,000 years for one king. 106, this is pre-diluvial, before the flood. 106,000 years. You could say, well, they just made up those dates. But yet after the flood, when they admit that they knocked our life down to 120 years, you had a lot less life. Obviously, the Anunnakis still lived longer. The Anunnaki offspring, such as Noah and did it scroll all the way to the bottom? It did. Oh, what a shame. Sorry, I'm just going to scroll all the way. Hopefully, I'll get to the top again. Sorry. Oh no. No, I didn't lose anything. Sorry. I'm just trying to get to the same point where I was at. Forgive me. Scroll to the bottom. Venus. Wow, I've been really waffling tonight, but hopefully it's interesting. Yeah, so back to the Kandahar giant. The description of the giant from these whistleblowers was, the red hair, the 6 fingers, the 2 rows of teeth, usual stereotypical giant that we've come to know and love. Redhead lives matter, don't forget, if you're a giant. But yeah, they killed it, so we should all be out rioting right now. But so I think there is. How many more giants are left? Now, there's supposedly underground cave systems, etc., etc. I don't know. And even if there is, I bet the military have been, now there's been 2, apparently. The military will be combing every single area, because the last thing they want to do is have a giant from, an ancient giant still around to prove that the Anunnaki were here, to prove aliens were here, blah, blah, blah. So I don't think we're going to come across many more stories of giants. I think and take them out, so to speak. Alfredo's wrote 2 or 3 political party system is just one party, correct? Yeah. Cookies wrote, what's the difference between an almighty being and the Anunnaki? It's a fair question. So this is live, everybody, just to let everyone know. I'm reading every question out. So an almighty being is what we believe that the Bible's told us is so. And we know that because that's the only place you'll get that almighty being from. Take away the Bible, no one will be chatting about an almighty being. The problem with that is the Bible changed over time. So Genesis 1:26, man was created in their image, plural. Genesis 1:27, it was his image. So we know that the Bible's changed, and we know people have deliberately changed it. They've taken out Enoch and all sorts of things. So otherwise you wouldn't have King James Version. You would just have the Bible. Why would they need the Romans changed? Everyone's changed the bloody Bible. So we've got a Bible where they want us to believe in, and obviously the priests and everything else enjoyed the power. And I say that carefully, but when you have that sort of power back in the day, you could command money, obedience, and even how do I say this? Some of the priests, let's just say, had an attraction towards you know what, and they were sick. And you know, I'm not making that up. You go back to the old newspapers from the 80s and 90s, and all you would read every bloody week was a priest has been done for, or a priest has been found out, or he's been captured, or whatever. So they're sick, in my opinion. Not all of them. Maybe there's some nice ones out there, but it seems to be when you have power, absolute power corrupts. So when you've got a Bible that can be changed and you can use that to your benefit, then that's what they've done. So there is no almighty being, because the Bible talks about the earth being created in the 6 days. In fact, if you look at the Bible, they even don't even get the dates right. So on the 6th day, man was created. On another part of the Bible, it was the 3rd day. Straight away, the beginning of the Bible, the inconsistencies are there. However, we have the original tablets where it talks about Enki teaching the other Anunnaki for the first 6 days how to catalogue things, you know, water, plants, soil, trees, atmosphere, you know, the air and stuff like that. For the first 6 days, he does that. And then on the 7th, Enki says, let this day be a day of rest. So we've got a tablet that predates the Bible, and it's not that he's not almighty. He calls himself the Lord, the great Lord, but that's their names. Funny how they found out they didn't even talk to God. If you believe there's an almighty being, they had the name, their race name is God, which is quite unique, really. Just like humans, you know, we go to another planet, we'll be called humans, and they'd worship us down the line. And that was their name. It's written absolutely everywhere. God's this and goddess that. So before they even met God, and they never met God, they used his name. Enlil sat on a lapis lazuli throne. Ezekiel went up to see the highest in the Bible, who was sitting on a lapis lazuli throne. Just watch my 35-minute video on YouTube. It proves it. No one is ever going to come back and say, just on the 35 minutes alone, I've done hours worth of this. No one's going to come back and say, you're wrong. Because they can't. Glenn Zeus wrote, yeah, but Anunnaki is not one race. There are thousands, sorry. Glenn Zeus wrote, yeah, but the Anunnaki is not one race. There are thousands. Thousands of what? Thousands of races on their planet. Is that what you're saying? Forgive me, I'm trying to work this out. Yeah, but Anunnaki is not one race. Well, technically the race name is God, just as we are human. But the name Anunnaki was given to them as a team name for those ones that came from space to Earth, from heaven to Earth. Space, heaven should be space. And the Igigi were the ones that ended up on Mars. So I don't get what you're saying when you say, yeah, but the Anunnaki is not one race, there are thousands. I've never heard of, other than gods, which is their race name, I've never heard of another race name from their planet. So if you could point me in that direction, I'd be very interested to see that. Cookies wrote, created is created, either way you name it. I'm guessing you're saying that I'm thinking you're going along the lines that God created Earth. Therefore, I don't want to go off on one if you're not. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Salvatore's wrote, do you think the Nephilim in the underground cities working with the Black Ops military? For me, the Nephilim, as well as other research, the Nephilims were the giants, the Kandahar giants, the giants that. So when the Anunnaki bred with humans, some of the children, not all, had gigantism. That's the only way you can really say how that happened. it's most logical. So if they had gigantism, some of them, they were then classed as the Nephilim, which were men of renown. They were basically the ones that ate everything and caused huge problems. So would Nephilim be working with the military? Not if they're going around to places like Kandahar and shooting them. I can't see them wanting to work with them. I think they would rather capture them and recreate them than work with them, to be honest. Cookies wrote, if I'm in a simulation, then I'm a SHIT non-playable character. Either that or stuck on a crap level. Yeah. Yeah. Cookies wrote, but then again, everything's possible. Mikey Bees wrote, I think Dr. Stephen Greer is doing amazing work with his contacting aliens. What do you think? Yeah, I've followed Dr. Stephen Greer for a very, very long time. I think he's amazing. I think the fact that he stuck his neck out, and if you believe him when he said that he was not only offered millions. If you watched his Disclosure Project recently, he was offered millions to keep quiet and turned it down, but he also was a successful doctor. So he's turned all that down to be someone that's in a firing line, to be honest. He is. So, yeah, I think he's amazing, really. If we had more real men like him, the world will be a better place. And when I say real men, you know what I mean. Don't go all gender on me. You know what I'm saying. Someone that's got a big pair of. Oh, now people's going to go, oh, he's on about gender again. Well, that's what the old saying is. If you've got a big pair of, and he has. Not that I've looked. Tracy wrote, are you under the same name on YouTube? Yes, I am. Our True History. If you're looking on YouTube, thank you, Tracy. If you're looking on YouTube, it might be worth just typing in the word parts, because my videos are done in parts, because other people have used the same name, Our True History. So if you just type in Our True History parts, you will find all my live chats and all the videos. Not every single one. Some of them are on my Patreon page, also on my new TikTok series, which you can get to by clicking on my profile and then clicking on the pinned video of the series. And that series covers the remaining part of the hours long of proving that the Anunnaki were our gods, without a shadow of doubt. Cookies wrote, don't you find you can watch a well put together documentary and be like, that seems legit, with a laughing face? Not me. I can see how people can. If you've listened to me enough, you know that I look at everything from both angles, which is the only really way to not get debunked by people. So for me, I can pull Ancient Aliens apart, the TV program. I don't want to, and I could do the same to many people, Bashar and some of these other researchers. I can point where they go wrong, but I don't want to. But yeah, so I hear what you're saying. Normal, when I say normal people, forgive me for saying that, but people that may not be the same way that I am, that want to look at both sides, could quite easily watch a documentary, yeah, and believe it's genuine. Same way that people could watch the news the last 2 years and get free fries and a free burger if you get what they're pushing. And people believe that. They probably got the free burger, but you know what I mean, they didn't look both sides of what was going on. Alfredo wrote, if Bigfoot, or Big Feet, he's wrote plural, didn't exist, why are there laws making it illegal to shoot them? That's correct, yeah. There is laws, and in fact, there's also an ordnance map for military, and it basically shows that they're not allowed to go in a certain area because of Bigfoot. So it's they wouldn't put that as a joke. This is a serious military exercises that they do with live fire and everything else, and they have an area cordoned off saying don't go there because there's Bigfoots. So yeah, for sure. James has wrote, I saw something at the end of my bed a few weeks ago, and it was black and big. Need more to go on than that. I was going to make a joke. I was going to say a burglar, but then I realised that people will say, "Oh, he's talking about racism." If you said there was a person at the end of the bed, I would have probably said burglar. So this is the thing nowadays. You have to be so careful because people can just want to change things. I was just making a simple joke. So hopefully it wasn't a burglar at the end of your bed, but so I'd need more to go on than that. Was it shadow type or was it a figure? Did it have a hat? Did it have red eyes? Mikey B's put some question marks. I'm not sure what that's referring to. Blazers wrote, is there any indigenous myths about Bigfoot? I wonder what their thoughts are on it. When you say indigenous, are you referring to sort of Native Americans, or are you referring to Aborigines, or are you referring to Russian Tibetan monks? I'm not sure where you are with that, but yeah, there's stories. The Yowie is. I still haven't done videos on that. I really need to. The Yowie is at the moment. I'm actually working on the dome. The firmament. So I'm doing a video where it basically. I'm being as unbiased as I can, but the evidence is pointing to that there's no invisible dome. That only people back in 8,000 years ago could see, and we can't now. But anyway, so yeah, I'm doing that video just like I did. It's all part of the same video that proves. It's called The Lost Book of Our True History, that proves that the Anunnaki were our gods. So yeah, there is indigenous stories of Bigfoots from the Tibetans, from Russia, and from America. I mean, there's in America, I think there's about 50 something odd names for Bigfoot up and down the whole of America. Obviously, different people, different locations gave it different names. Obviously Sasquatch, hairy man, wild man. There's loads of names for it. So yeah, there's all pretty much wherever they were, there was stories on them. Generally, not nice. Back in the day, before we had guns, all the stories you ever hear of were people getting picked up and taken with them. It's not nice. After we had guns, all you hear is stories of them hiding behind trees, throwing rocks, and generally trying to avoid people. Cookies wrote, I've been a conspiracy theorist for 30 years and still not convinced on anything. Depends on how much research you do, Cookie. Because, I could say I've been a god for 30 years, but haven't done any research on it. But, and do you see what I'm saying? Just because I'm not knocking you, I'm just saying from the logic point of view, you could, there's people out there that could say, I'm, they're a different gender, for example. Because just because they said it doesn't mean they've done the research into or even believe it. So I'm just trying to show that maybe you're not doing the right research. It depends what theories. Obviously, not all conspiracy theories are actually, genuine. There's silly ones out there like the dome and the flat Earth, etc. And then you've got the genuine ones like the 9/11 and the 7/7 bombings and the those kind of things and the false flag events, and these are genuine events. If you do the research, you'll come across it. Cookies wrote, I only think I know is that I know nothing. Feel free to follow me then, and then you will learn stuff. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound rude there. It was a perfect time joke. Blazers wrote, the younger Dryas, question mark. I kind of need a question to go with that. because I could just waffle on about it, but you put a question mark, so it sounds like you want an answer to something. Sorry. If you could write it as a question. This is live, everybody. Cookies wrote, well, no, that's why we have birds. I'm not sure what I was talking about at that point, Cookie. Sorry. Trying to work out what it would have been to do with birds, but sorry, I don't know what that was referring to. Renee's wrote, I love your lives, so informative and thought-provoking. Stuff like this is always in the back of my mind. Oh, thank you, Renee. Forgive me if I pronounce your name wrong. Renae. I'm not sure how that would be pronounced. I can't. I'm lucky if I can pronounce my own name, let alone yours. So hopefully I've done it justice. But thank you. Yeah, it keeps your mind active, this sort of stuff. And the truth of the matter is, as all the top researchers will say, the more you learn, the less you know. That they say that, and it's true. I think the more I learn, the less I know. Kerry's wrote, may not be your area of expertise, but is carbon dating accurate? I've heard conflicting opinions. Well, I've looked into it because obviously a lot of my research is based on me proving mainstream wrong. And there's a couple of different ways they can actually date things. I'm just going to have a drink, sorry. Mouth got dry. But bottom line is, there is no accurate way for anything, even with obviously bricks and stuff that doesn't have any organic matter, they can't date. They'll tell you they can, they can't. If there's no organic matter, they just guess. If it's got organic matter, depending on who you ask, as you say, rightly say, there is conflicting stories. Some people say, well, we could be out by 1,000 years. Well, 1,000 years is a hell of a long time. And we know that they have been out by 1,000 years because some of the mummies that were found in tombs, not pyramids, proper tombs, they double checked the dates on them and actually admitted, and I've done videos showing where they admit that they're actually out by 1,000 years. So they went by what mainstream. Basically, they originally went by the timings that they wanted to fit their narratives, such as the pyramids were supposedly done by Khafre and by Khufu, and so they had to fit all of that and squeeze all of the. Obviously, there is a king's list on the walls in Egypt, but so they have to try and match it and squeeze it in, even though some of it is well older, and you'll probably find that those mummies are actually still older than 1,000 years, more than what they even said they are. So that's why when I do these videos, and I'm big-headed by saying, well, mainstream's going to get this wrong, and then 6 months or a year, whatever later, I do a video showing that they did get it wrong and they've admitted they've got it wrong. So yeah, dating they can't really do accurately, regardless, even if it's got organic materials in it. Hopefully, I mean, you kind of guessed that already. So, Blazers wrote, eating tribe that. There is a text message. Sorry, eating tribe that are giants. Yeah, there was giants that would go and pick off the slowest runners from the Native Americans. I'm doing very well saying Native Americans. I used to watch the old John Wayne films, and they used to be called Native Indians, I think it was. And I got told off one day for doing a video saying Native Indians. So now I have to be careful. Mikey B has wrote, what do you think of the work of Dr. Stephen Greer doing? Yeah, hopefully you heard me a short while ago. Fantastic work. He's putting out stuff. I know there's some people out there that actually say he's deliberately doing this because he's part of the disclosure information that they want out there, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think so. I think he's a genuine person that's tried his very hardest to do what he needed to do, and good luck to him. Yeah. Cookies wrote, we don't kill dinosaurs to extinction. Or sorry, we didn't kill dinosaurs to extinction. So you are saying then that sorry, Cookie, I'm just trying to get my head around this. So you're saying that the footprints, and I'm guessing you don't know of them, where there's dinosaurs, three-toed in California. This is just one. I could list loads. Three-toed dinosaurs where human footprints actually walk over it, and these are all solidified together. And then there's other ones where their tracks are running concurrent, side by side, with dinosaurs. Now, it's not to say that they was walking side by side at the same time. It could have been the day after or 5 hours after, for all we know. But the point is, they walked along the same period. The same period. That's just so that would be the first bit of evidence that I would point to, and that's just a handful of the footprints that's been. Now you could then say, well, maybe they're human footprints that date back a million years. Now you could still be right, but then we've got the camera. You obviously don't know of the Canberra figurines and the Ica stones, so maybe look into the Ica stones where it shows humanoid figures stabbing, killing dinosaurs, and then tell me that we didn't take them to extinction, because to me that seems right. James is right. Have you seen how far the pyramids go underground? Well, I've seen what mainstream show us how far it goes underground. Now I know there are some reports that it goes even further, and supposedly the Sphinx has tunnels and an underground city. I've heard, in fact, there's what was it? Turians are supposed to be living under the Giza Plateau, and I've heard a lot. So it's difficult to know what really is genuinely there. Rawl has wrote, if they created us, where are they? How come they don't show up? Well, they left. So when the Anunnaki created us, they used us to do what they needed to do. But by staying on Earth, they had headaches, serious headaches, real problems. Whether that's to do with the light, the temperature, the speed of the planet spinning, the atmosphere. It could be the food, could be all sorts of problems. So the sort of earliest chance that the younger ones didn't have to stay here, they would have bugged out. The older ones would have died, and they died also at an early age compared to what they would have been on their home planet. So there's no reason for them to want to stay here. Plus, also, if you read the Lost Book of Enki, I haven't found the tablet yet. Hopefully one day I will. I've pretty much found a lot of the tablets. If you watch my Lost Book of Our True History, I'm trying to go through and back up Sakurai Citron, which I think I'm doing a damn good job at. But in the Lost Book of Enki, it says that man was left to inherit Earth, which makes sense because the Bible says something similar. So there's no reason for them to, stay here, because they would be A, in pain, and B, their lifespan got shorter. James wrote, haha, classic bro. Thank you, Winnie. How are you? Hope you're well. I'm not sure what that was to do with James, but hopefully it was funny. Valerie has wrote, hi to all. Hi there. Derek's wrote, orbs. So light energy beings, however you want to call them, spirits, whatever. You've put a question mark. I don't know how much you know already, so it's difficult for me to know what you actually asked. And now you can... The ones normally seen in houses are tennis ball size. However, you can actually get really small ones, tiny ones. I don't know genuinely what they are that small. Are they the new souls? Now, there's a thing that supposedly we've got more people on this planet than there are souls available. So, are they creating, not us, but are they actually creating newer ones? In which case, because the larger ones are the ones that seem to be in control. The basketball-sized ones are the ones that seem to be doing the crop circles and stuff. So, the very small ones, like, I don't know, size of a penny, a 10p or something like that. Are they brand new souls that's just been created, life energy beings, I don't know the answer to that, but it's interesting. James has wrote, bro, go 4 miles under the ground. Oh, I'm guessing they go for the. You're referring to the pyramids underground. Think about it. Look how high they are. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see someone show that, sneak in there. I know they're never going to be able to nowadays, but I'd like to see what actually happens if they go deep down. I know there's stories that underneath the Great Pyramid there's a tunnel that goes to the Nile, which is how it gets supplied with the water to use it as a pump, etc. A name I can't pronounce has wrote hello back. Cookies wrote, soul is just energy. We don't remember our lives after death. No, because you're spot on. Yeah, we don't remember because it's another. It's like a hard drive. It's learning all the time and it goes round and round and round. But it's not our soul. It's an energy ball. Cookies wrote, we are all the same consciousness. I think again, not far wrong. Not us, but the orbs. From my research, are all connected to each other, to the ether, to the force, whatever you want to call it. Derek's right. I thought a soul is a union of body and spirit. Yeah, people want to call them all sorts of different names, so that's why I struggle, because I know people, if I said spirit, they'll say, is it a ghost? And if I say ghost, they'll say, oh, is it a soul? And then if I say light energy being, so that's why I throw out 2 or 3 different names, because I don't know what people have in their head. But yeah, it is the light energy being joins with us, and at that point it becomes, in my opinion, a soul. And when it leaves your body, I would call it a spirit. And then when it goes to the next plane of existence and takes control again, it becomes an orb. And a light energy being of people chatting to each other. Cookies wrote, just experience through our lives to manifest the universe, but then does a tree make a sound if no one's there to listen? I don't know why people say that. If no one's there to listen to a tree, does it still make a sound? I know it's like thought-provoking, but let's be honest, it does make a sound. Yeah. Valerie's right. I dropped the phone on my face. Oh, no worries. Hope you're okay. Credo has wrote, logic will tell you it still makes a sound. Yeah, spot on. Yeah, I mean, it's just... James has wrote, yeah, I know all these guys. I'm not sure what that was referring to. Bobby's wrote, maybe that was when I was talking about Bashar and all those kind of people. Bobby's wrote, do we reincarnate with the same family member? So there's a soul group. I know people say it's a soulmate, but I've spoken to enough clairvoyance mediums and learnt enough from regression people and reincarnation people and everything else to know that it's a soul group. And that soul group is the ones that you will more than likely encounter each life. So, right now, your mum, your boss, your school teacher, whatever, it could be any of... I've counted 6. That's not to say there's more, but the maximum I've got to is 6 soul members. There could be more, could be way more, but I can only go to 6 from what I've learned. So those 6 could be, you could be your girlfriend, your wife, your husband, your gender fluid friend, whatever. Could be anyone. And they, as Shakespeare said, the whole world's a stage and we're just players and we go round and round. We exit and we come back on again. But it's not us, it's the light energy being. So they will more than likely in the next round will be someone different. Now they'll be your parent, or instead of you being their parent, then now they'll be your parent, and so on. And they just switch roles over and over until your spirit or soul or light energy being gains enough wisdom to move on up to the next plane of existence. Derek's wrote, no money is on the way, even digital will go dodo. Yeah, eventually, yeah, that's the plan, I think. Cookies wrote, that's lost in the ether. Not sure what I was talking about there. Gutzer, or I'm not sure. Not sure how to pronounce that, sorry. TikTok are the worst, dude. I know I was talking about TikTok earlier, I'm trying to remember what it was. James has wrote 2024 year of the D-Dragon. Trump will be taken out of the air. I'm just careful what I'm reading here. And we'll get another war. Interesting. Derek wrote digital projectionism for the masses. That was to do with Project Bluebeam, yeah. James has wrote Japan 20-12. Not sure what I was talking about there. Cookies wrote Harp is 30-year-old tech FFS. Well, Harp, the actual organisation that runs Harp has the tech that's far superior. I hear what you're saying. If we believed that the Harp technology is I can't believe you even believe this. But what you're saying is the technology that they told us about back then, that they can do weather manipulation. You're saying is old for FFS. So you're assuming that they haven't actually done any more research and created newer devices, which they have, and they have. I mean, if you go back about 5 or 6 years ago, you'll see in the newspapers and online and whatever else about the whales and the dolphins and everything all being beached up on, and that's because of HARP. Now, when I say HARP, not the same above ground technology, but the sonar technology that they used, and that would totally destroy or disorientate the animals that required sonar, and that's why they end up beaching themselves all along the beaches, which is very, very sad. So they do have newer tech for FFS. Derek's wrote, a massive illusion is fooing, I'm guessing that means to become possible. Cookies wrote, much more tech now. Yes, they do. Trust, yeah. I know, I just because I used the word HARP doesn't... I was talking about the new technologies that they have that can actually... there's a lot of stuff they can actually do now. Valerie's wrote, I just watched this movie called The Titans. Super good. Deals with humans, sorry. The Titan. I don't recall watching that one, so I'll look out for that. Thank you, Valerie. Oh, Valeria, sorry if I'm pronouncing her own name wrong. KYMM has wrote, hey all, just jumped on, what have I missed? Absolutely everything. Feel free to watch my videos or whatever on my TikTok if you're interested. Valerie's wrote Prometheus. Yeah, I still can't believe the amount of people that actually say to me that when I talk about the Anunnaki and, you know, creating humans and the giants and everything else, people say, I do have this on my lives, they say, you're just copying Prometheus, as if Prometheus didn't copy the older text. They actually genuinely believe that Prometheus came first, even though we've got 2 million tablets from ancient times. It's quite amazing. People chatting to each other. Shell and Rafa has wrote, just showing appreciation. Oh, bless you. Thank you. That's when you sent me something. That's very nice of you. Thank you. Jane has wrote, hi Jane. Nice to see you. Time check she's wrote is 7:55. Actually, it's nearly 8. So wow. It's 8 now. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Caught up. Canada Jack has wrote, sure. Show a country's leader and say they implement our policy, and I'll tell you. yeah, I know. The leaders are puppets for sure, aren't they? Blazers wrote, didn't Tesla make an earthquake machine? Obviously, you're referring to Nicholas Tesla. A lot of people believe Elon Musk is Tesla. Um, did he make an earthquake machine? I'm not sure. I don't know off the top of my head. Obviously, he created the free energy device, but at the Wyoming Tower or Wycombe Tower. But I don't know about the earthquake. You might be right. It rings a bell, but I can't put my finger on it. Sorry. But yeah, you might be right. Cookies wrote, no way, not in the 80s. Are you referring to when I said that I heard about the holographic projection technology that the military had in the 80s? Trust me, there's a lot of stuff. I'm not just. I don't just. I try not to give too much away, really. I'm not going to say stuff, but yeah, it was in the 80s that I heard that. Jackers wrote, my heart stopped in hospital, 2 minutes officially dead, didn't see anything. So yeah, there's two ways of looking at that. One is the spirit. Well, there's a few ways, I guess. I'm just throwing out ideas. One is you don't have a soul with you or a spirit with you, because if we believe what they say, that there's more people on Earth than there are spirits available or light energy beings available, it's possible you didn't have a light energy being with you. So that's one. Two, because they connect with the pineal gland would need to lose blood, and we know that happens because they've done tests on fighter pilots where they get the blood gets sucked out of them on these G-force machines, and that's when they get close to actually having a near-death experience. And they've done tests on using those same apparatus to do tests for near-death experience, and so they see the light and so on and so on. So it's possible that your brain still had blood there. Three, the other possibility is the orb knew that you was not going to die and decided to stay. So yeah, or four, it may have left your body and you just may not have the memory of it. Buddy has wrote, is there any significance or connection to RH negative? So my research, feel free to watch my videos. I do cover this in a lot more detail than I'm about to tell you, but on my TikTok page or my website, outtruehistory.co.uk. But my research leads me to, as well as the mainstreams, that RH negative came from Middle East, which is exactly where the Anunnaki bred with the humans, came in the same time as the white European man did in the Middle East 100,000 years ago. All in all, it's a foreign blood type, shouldn't be there. Only some of us have got it. So the conclusion from me is that it belongs to the Anunnaki. And when they bred with humans, and physically bred, not just manipulated, a hominid, when they physically bred with humans, those humans ended up with RH negative blood. Gary's wrote, did you know crispy seaweed is not seaweed? To be honest with you, I've not looked into seaweed. It's not been on my radar. Certainly not something I would eat. Derek's wrote, Little Mermaid Theatre is Disney's secret MGM laser technology. Little Mermaid, Disney's secret. I don't know of that. I've not heard of that one, Derek. That's interesting. When you say MGM laser technology, I'm guessing you're not on about Metro Goldwyn Mayer, which was the film company. I'm guessing you're referring to something else. Sci-Fi has wrote, Heidi Ho Hall. Heidi, back to you. Scrolling down. Cookies wrote, he's been watching that Arnold Schwarzenegger film. Cookie, hopefully you're not trying to knock me down there, buddy, mate, friend. Which Arnold Schwarzenegger film? Maybe Total Recall? Is that the one you're referring to? I'm trying to think of any others. Running Man, maybe. Derek wrote, reverse projectionism from devices to produce colour soon into your room for holograms. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think they have, well, I'm pretty sure they have the technology, but whether or not they want to give it to us is a different matter. Cookies wrote, projected screen recordings to keep it a crap image. That was to do with the way that NASA allowed broadcasters to broadcast the moon landing was because they filmed a projection screen, which is really bad. They didn't need to. They really didn't need to back then. Derek wrote, 7G tech is weightless. 7G tech is weightless. Levitation levels of energy currently at 5G. Interesting. I'd like to know more on that. Valerie's wrote, I want to go to the moon, so I hope we have that tech. Well, the military do. Just listen to Bob Lazar. I know some people still don't think. Thank you, Zenzu Bean. Some people still think Bob Lazar is talking rubbish, but if you actually just spend 5 minutes researching what he did, what he said, and how it's all coming true, then yeah, he was genuine. Kim has wrote, I hear a lot lately. Something big is coming. Can someone enlighten me to what, please? So my take on it is so the whole point of why they put these things on your phones, I don't know if you guys have them where you live, but we got them over here in the UK where they're going to give us an alert and they're going to tell us to stay in the house because something's happened. Now, my take on it is I have a feeling they're going to say that a massive UFO's crashed, everybody stay in the house. But we're all going to get that text to say that whatever area we're in is where the crashed craft was. So, where I live, not that I've got the message on my phone, I weren't stupid enough to put that on there, but I mean, they can see everything anyway. Apparently, they can even use our camera while the phone's not even plugged in. But anyway, that's another conspiracy. But so my take is wherever you are, there'll be a message saying, Cookies wrote, my phone isn't because I've disabled it. If you can manage to do however they say that you can. Anyway, so there'll be some sort of radiation type thing. They'll say that a UFO, in other words, they'll project a UFO, massive one. Now, some of these genuine UFOs are massive. I mean, there was going back in the 90s, there was photographs from Hubble that actually showed a 3,000-mile long ship outside the edge of our little solar system, which was pretty impressive. I'd seen the picture. I don't know if you can find it online now, but try and find it. So they'll say that a massive ship's crashed. This is my take on it. Everybody stay indoors. So we're all staying indoors, and they'll blame radiation. Now, they're going to then switch a device on. I'm careful what I'm saying here. Devices that they've put up in the last few years to help our phones. And the actual devices that's connected to those towers has a certain frequency. I don't want to say it all. I don't want to get blocked. But and while we're in the house, all sitting here going, oh, what's happened outside? There's a massive UFO that's just crashed. We saw it in the sky, so they projected it. And then it makes it look like it's come down. We get a warning, everyone stay indoors. People that don't get picked up and taken to these campsites that they've been building for the last few years that are empty at the moment. Funny that, isn't it? There's one in Wellington or Wellingborough here in the UK, massive town-sized, supposedly, and it was also built by, it's conspiracies, it was built by the same people that were in charge of the security for the 9/11, that had no footage whatsoever of anyone getting on planes. They lost it. And also the same security company that lost all the footage of the 7/7 bombing. So you get where I'm going with this. They built it. They built this, and they called it a prison. But it's actually got a human crematorium built into this town-sized prison that they've still not started using it. Anyway, so the people that's not they'll take away and they'll dump in these prisons, and you won't see them again. And the people in the houses, when they switch this particular frequency on, people will start dying, and we'll all be going, "Oh, it's the radiation from the crashed UFO." So no one's going to go outside because they're all going to think we're going to, have some protection in the house. You're not. No way we have protection from radiation. But anyway, they switch these towers on, and people start dropping. The ones that didn't get the will be rounded up again, taken to these lovely camps that they've been building, that's sitting there empty at the moment. I mean, if you don't believe me, look at Jesse Ventura. He did a thing called Conspiracy Theory, I think it was, TV series, and this goes back 10, 11 years ago, where he was shown a camp with body bags ready, and it was just sitting there idle, and it's waiting for the right time. So that's my take on it. I think I'm pretty close to what's going to happen, and I know this because of when you read the SOM 101, which is a Special Operations Manual. If you know what that is, that's what was given to the military if there's a UFO that actually genuinely does crash, and they have to go around and tell people that a nuclear radiation has leaked, not from a UFO, because obviously if it's genuine UFO, last thing you want to say is it's a genuine UFO. So they say that a tanker or a truck or something has leaked radiation, everybody stay indoors, and then they can take the UFO away and no one sees it. So they're going to use the same technique, in my opinion, to depopulate. Sorry if I've waffled on. Someone did ask. Shane, sorry, it scrolled all the way to the bottom. Now I'm at the top and I've missed questions, so forgive me. Shana's wrote, it's jinns. So I've missed a load of points, so I'm guessing you're talking about the light energy beings. There was two types, in fact. If you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, you'll see that there was ones called the night or dark, as well as the light ones. So when I say light energy beings, I'm actually talking about the ones that are fighting the dark or the night, which would be, in my opinion, the jinns. Christopher's wrote, could you enlighten me about crop circles? You should have a proper TV channel on Discovery. Thank you very much. That's very nice of you to say. That's very nice. Thank you. I do have, my TikTok channel and YouTube if you're interested in watching the videos. But yeah, so going on to the crop circles. So yeah, crop circles. There was one that was made of brow. Did you know that, guys? I don't know if you knew this one. So I'm trying to always bring new things to the live chat so that it doesn't sound repetitive all the time. But there was one that was created in brow in America. And when I say in brow, the actual heights of the crop circles. So you've got the fake ones that Doug and Dave and the paid for MI5 people do, as well as now, wannabes and whatever else. So ignore all those. Crop circles have been here for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. We've got evidence that they've been here for hundreds of years, by the Mowing Devil, which is what a carving was called. So anyway, and obviously they're not made for us, because if they was made for us, they would make them smaller so we could see them. We don't have to be a few thousand feet in the air just to see a whole crop circle, because back then we didn't have aeroplanes and helicopters and whatever else. Anyway, there was this one particular one that was in the States, and people had seen it, and when you look at it, you see that it's raised lower, which is unique. There was no other crop circles like that. Anyway, military come along, because people were talking about it. A local newspaper wrote about it as well, because it was unusual. It was a different crop circle. Military came along, cut it all down, burnt the field, took the actual crop away in trucks. So, if it was just two guys on a plank, would they do all this? And the following year, where that crop circle was, that was created by, it's normally done by well, normally the only way I know it was done by is microwaves. So these orbs, basketball-sized orbs, two of them, one spins clockwise and one spins anti-clockwise. And as soon as they're about to go for it, there's a little spark between the two of them. They don't have to be close to each other. They could be a football pitch length away, but either way, a spark. And we know that because we've got photos, videos of them doing this. Anyway, so a year later, the crop didn't grow in the same formation that the crop circle was at the year before. Now, you could say, well, it's because they torched the ground, but the whole ground was the whole field was torched. It wasn't just the where the crop circle was. So there's a thing called fairy rings. I don't know if you guys know of the old stories of fairy rings. So fairy rings are where mushrooms grow. Now, if you know what a mushroom grows from, it's basically, it loves decaying stuff. It'll be happy to grow in a decaying pile of mud and whatever else. So fairy rings are grown in a circle. And people used to call them fairy rings because they didn't know what else to call them. They thought that fairies had come along and sprinkled dust down, and lo and behold, these rings appeared. But I'm saying, what if, just like crop circles, and that's not the only crop circle that crop doesn't grow there. Normal crop circles also don't grow the same way the following year. It takes many years before the actual crop can grow properly in the same area that a crop circle was done, genuine crop circle. So what if these fairy rings are actually radiation rings from either a UFO landing or from a crop circle, which, over time, mushrooms love radiation and they pop up even better than... And we know that there's radiation when UFOs land because we've got the evidence from the Rendlesham Forest. We've even got the Skinwalker Ranch evidence, even on their show, where the cow... I don't know if you guys have watched the Skinwalker Ranch TV show, but there was a cow that died mysteriously. It had a little bit of radiation. Anyway, they put it out way over the back of the ranch, hoping that coyotes and whatever else would eat it. A year later, they came across it again, and it hadn't been not even by insects. So the skin was still virtually on it, and everything else. It was quite amazing. A year out in the weather with birds, animals, not one wanted to have a piece of that. So, the crop circles, do have some sort of properties to them, similar to the radiation side of things, I would say. Run from the Livings wrote, are you at all curious about the planet before Anunnaki? You mean Earth? Not so much, no. I mean, animals come, animals go. Well, dinosaurs come, dinosaurs go. Prehistoric animals. I don't think, because if there was one tiny shred of... I mean, you've got people like, and I dare I say his name, starts with Billy and ends with Carlson, saying on one of his TikTok videos that a billion years ago there was two races that had a fight here on Earth and blah blah blah. And I put up on his video, on his thing, not to knock him, but I just sort of said, Billy, can you show me where it says that? And I know the only thing he's going to end up showing me is something like the Mahabharata, which is literally talking about stuff that happened 9,000-10,000 years ago, not billions of years ago. And there's no evidence of the names. He named Assyrians and some other race, if I remember correctly. There's no evidence of that in the Mahabharata anyway. So I don't know where he got that information. This is what the problem is with some researchers. They latch onto other people's work and they regurgitate it. And unfortunately, if that first person... That's why I don't like watching YouTube videos. And if I do, I will do my own research after that. I won't just sit there and then spit it all back out. There's no point. Otherwise, people like me will say, well, where's the evidence of these two races 10 million years ago? Or 100 million years ago, a billion years, whatever. There's no evidence whatsoever. And even if there was in the Mahabharata, there was no people around to write that, to see it billions of years ago or millions of years ago. So it's just so for me, there's nothing really. I love dinosaurs and everything else, but nothing there that I could hang my hat on and get excited over as such. Dad has wrote, what about the reptiles? I'm guessing you're referring to reptilian aliens as opposed to just sort of creatures here on Earth. So if you're talking about the reptilian aliens, hell of a lot of stories, some that they come from inner Earth, some that they were here before us, some say that they broke off from dinosaurs and can fly in space. Some say they did fly in space. Some say that the reptilians are on Mars. Literally, you make it up, and you've someone's already said it. The only things that I can go by really is that there seems to be a race that we call the Draconans from the Draconis star system that are the bad ones. They will from all the different whistleblowers. This is a general consensus. The leaders of them have horns. They wear a cape. I know it sounds stupid. If you ever watched the TV series V, that's pretty much it. In fact, that you got to wonder where that TV series came from. Really, that to do a big budget, and it was big budget back then. We're talking 80s, if I remember. To do a big budget series, sci-fi series about aliens, literally lizard people in disguise, here to eat people and everything else like that. How they got who allowed that to happen? It was a big thing. It was huge. Even here in the UK, we'd heard about it and everything, and I even watched it. Stayed up late to watch it. So I think someone was trying to tell us something on that program. Nicholas wrote, the missing link. Any ideas or facts? Yeah, literally, we've got the tablets that say that the Anunnaki genetically modified a hominid species here on Earth. Tried about 5 or 6 times, failed. Each one came out disabled. They explained exactly the problem for each one. I've done videos on the actual tablets. They're in that Lost Book of Our True History video, which is hours long, if you're interested. But that's on my pinned videos. You just have to go to the new series. TikTok is called TikTok series. So if you go to the pinned video, and then you'll see a 3-hour documentary split into, they only allowed 20 minutes each, but 3-hour documentary split into however many parts for spirits, and same goes for this Lost Book of Our True History, and the mermaid one's there if anyone's interested in finding out for sure, using my knowledge of whether or not there's mermaids. I did documentary on that, and so basically advert time. So if you're interested in finding out stuff that I don't normally talk about and showing the evidence, my pinned video has the series. You can just click on that and follow the instructions, or you can go to my Patreon page. It's there as well. Cookies wrote, a tennis ball is pretty small. That was when I was referring to the light energy beings, the ones that's seen inside the house. The ones outside generally are seen as basketball size. I know that because every time I do these live chats and someone says, I've seen an orb, I say, I bet you if it was inside it was a tennis ball size, if it was outside it was basketball size, and they'll come back and say, yeah, you're right, it was outside it was basketball, or yeah, you're right, it's inside it's tennis ball. And that's because I do my homework very well. Thank you very much. Nate has wrote, all are real but not understood. Thank you, Winnie. You don't have to, Winnie. I got the wand stand, and I wanted to take a picture and send it to you. Actually, it looks lovely. Thank you very much. My daughter's out at the moment, so she has. Sorry, I'm chatting to Winnie here. Winnie made a lovely wand, and I wanted one for my birthday, and she made me one. And now my daughter's desperate for one, but she gave me a couple of names of the wood, but I can't remember, and I didn't type them down, so I will have to get the wood anyway. So I don't know if Winnie does it as a real thing for everyone, but it's gorgeous. Metal Detectors wrote Gins every time. Gnosis or Gnosis. Thank you, Winnie. So Gnosis has wrote, what even is a soul? So a light energy being that's been here since the dawn of time, according to the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, which makes sense. The beginning of time, there was two light energy beings alive at the time. One was what I call the light energy beings. The other was what the Emerald Tablets of Thoth call the night or dark. I'm the only one that worked that out. That's actually a spirit. No one else. I've never heard anyone say that. There's a lot of things I've worked out that no one else ever says. But down the line, you'll see people copying my anyway. That's just me, proud, not big-headed. But yeah. So now you know that when you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, when you read about them having an eternal fight, literally they say they're having an eternal fight. These light energy beings with the night or dark. Of course, people that didn't use their brain took it as nighttime. But when you think that the beginning of time, when they say that they came from, there would have been no light and there would have been no night. You only have night when the sun goes away. So, yeah. So, when you read it, you realise 100% our truth history is correct. It is two different species. So anyway, they, in order for them to move up the planes of existence, they need to join with species, not just humans, and learn wisdom, learn as much as you can. You've probably heard the stories of, your soul goes round over and over because this Earth's a playground, a learning ground. That's literally, everyone knows the answer. We know it, but we don't really put it together. So yeah, they learn and then they go into someone else after we die and repeat. And of course, when someone gets hypnotized, they remember someone else's life. They always say, "Oh, it's my life. I used to be Cleopatra." No, the orb was with Cleopatra. You're just accessing its memory, just like a hard drive. It makes so much more sense that way than us all having souls, and then when we die, my soul's going to go in someone else that's now also got their soul, and then when that person dies, 3 souls are going to go in someone else, and it just doesn't make sense. But everything makes sense on my version. Dad has wrote NPC. I'm not sure what NPC is. Sorry. Cookies wrote, "This is nonsense. Light balls, orbs, etc." I had a feeling Cookie was trying to knock me down earlier, but I was being polite. So Cookie's saying that there's no such thing as the orbs. So, Cookie. So, you say there's no such thing as light balls or orbs. Let me ask you a question, Cookie. Do you believe in the afterlife? And if you say yes, then I'll say, so why couldn't they be the orbs? And you'll say, well, no, they're not the orbs, but I do believe in the afterlife. And if you say no, you don't believe in the afterlife, that's probably why you're not open to these light energy beings or orbs. So there's a video on my, or you can go look it on YouTube. Type in orbs and pasta. And as a pasta as in a priest type pastor, not pasta as in spaghetti. Type that on YouTube, Cookie. Go watch the video with this pastor. He's got a security camera. And this orb's flying around his living room. Now you could say it's dust. Until it splits into 2 and then goes in 2 different directions. And basically, it's under intelligent control, isn't it? So if you're going to tell me that pastor's knocked up a CGI orb for a giggle, then I'm going to laugh at your, Cookie. And if you say that's dust that decided to split off into 2, but still stayed the equal size, which is exactly what I've been saying with the soul group, that's just 1, Cookie. 1. I feel like a Cookie monster now, taking down Cookie. Sorry, Cookie, didn't mean to make you silly. Cookies wrote, camera footage with orbs is just lens issues. So there you go. See, this is what I was right. Cookie's right. I'm not knocking anyone down, dude. No worries. Yeah, see, I knew you was going to say lens issues. That's why I brought up that thing before. So if you go and watch that video and then come back and tell me that that's lens issues, you do know, Cookie, that I've been filming for longer than you've probably been alive. I'm looking at your picture there. So I've been filming on everything that you can possibly think of. Night vision cameras, 16mm, 8mm, 35mm, some 70mm, V8, high 8, security Cookie. I've been doing this a very long time, and you're wondering how the hell have I got time to research everything else. I'm good. That's why people call me God. And when I say people, Google calls me God because I made her do it. But anyway, the point is, I've never, Cookie, I have come across specks of dust, for sure. Thank you, Lady Laura, by looks of the name. Thank you. I have come across dust that will give the, if the light hits it right, will give the appearance of something shiny floating around. And because dust can actually be raised up, it does look like it's moving in instead of, rain coming down, because dust can actually raise because of the heat of the floor or the heat of the radiator or whatever it is, or near a TV, near an electrical appliance. Dust can. So I've actually done experiments as well, Cookie, to try and recreate orbs, Cookie, but I've never managed to do it. So now go and talk to a clairvoyant medium spiritualist. I don't know if you believe in them, but if you believe that they are genuine, when you talk to a genuine one and that tells you stuff that only you know, once you've done that, then you ask them about light energy beings or orbs, and they tell you the same as what I'm telling you. You're then going to sort of say, well, maybe our true history is right. Maybe it's not nonsense, as you mentioned earlier. So just bear that in mind. And also remember, Cookie, we can't see the orbs with our naked eye. Now you're going to say, yeah, that's why they're not real, aren't you, Cookie? Now, you do realise, Cookie, that our visual spectrum is tiny, absolutely tiny. And you're going to say, no, it's not. Well, yeah, it is. Because if you actually put if you did a foot for each of our spectral range, we would go, I think, 20 foot high or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. But the actual visual range of frequencies that are genuinely out there that we don't even know about, half of them, supposedly will reach the moon. So in other words, that's how much 20 foot compared to the amount, if you was doing it as a foot each, would reach the moon. So you could say, yeah, but we still can't see them. But hey, the night vision cameras can. All right, maybe, maybe. And also, Cookie, have you ever, with your phone, pressed the remote control on your remote with the camera showing on your phone? You can't see with your naked eye the light lighting up, but your camera will show it. And that's because, again, it's an infrared remote control that we can't see. So what you're saying is, when you're saying that the light energy being orbs are nonsense, even though we have captured them on certain cameras that are not using the same visual range that we see, you're saying it's nonsense because we can't see it. Do you see my point now? So hopefully you're starting to understand now that just because we can't see it, Cookie, doesn't mean it's not there. That's a fact. Is a fact. Just because we can't see it does not mean it's not there. That's fact. You can't. That's true. You got infrared, ultraviolet, microwave. The list just goes on, and we can't see them. But if we had the technology, we can see them. So, for example, let's debate on live. I probably won't do a live with you tonight because there's still people's questions. But I do what I normally do to people. They don't bother. I did actually have Thoth did actually contact me and want to talk to do a live with me from last time, but unfortunately I said to Thoth, look, so that we don't go round and round, are you aware of what I'm aware of? Have you watched any of my videos? And I've watched a couple. So then Foff says to me, are you aware of something? Oh, I can't remember what it was. I was like, yes, I am. He goes, all right, oh well, go and watch this. And he's telling me something else about a project. I can't remember what it was. Another project that the military had done. I'm like, yeah, I know that. He's going, well, then go and watch this. And I had to say to him, Thoth, I said, look, I'm not being rude. I've been doing this for 40 years. The chances are, whatever you're telling me. So basically, he was saying to me, the bottom line was, he was saying to me that he's going to educate me and tell me that there is a God and blah, blah, blah. You get where I'm going. It seemed a bit religious. So I had to say to him, look, probably if you're going to just keep trying to quote stuff, I said, go and watch my stuff. Anyway, he didn't bother. So I said, because all you're going to do on a live is just keep saying to me, there is a God. And I'll say, okay, but what about X, Y, Z? And he wouldn't have a clue about it because he doesn't know. It just would have been a train wreck. So anyway, going back to Cookie, follow me, Cookie, send me a message. We'll set up a day to do a live. Do know what I talk about first so that it's just not me repeating myself saying, you do realise there's older texts and you do realise this and do realise that, because some people haven't got a clue. Like you'll just say, for example, oh, there's no such thing as orbs, and I'll start pointing you to them and you'll be like, oh, well, I didn't know clairvoyants talked about them. Well, yeah, they do. And then it'll just be really bad for the listeners. So try and be a little bit more clued up. I don't mean to sound rude, but there is orbs, and I can point you to videos of them, which I know you'll say that they're specks of dust, but when you go and watch that other video there, and then the Oliver Castle one, Cookie, are you aware of the Oliver Castle orbs? No. Oh, Oliver, Cookie. See, this is the problem. This is why I do what I do, and so go look up the Oliver Castle one. Now, you'll find that it was done during the time that we had Windows 95, in fact. And there was no match-moving software available at the time for the person to have used while he was using the Mood handheld camera, which has the 4-axis plus out of focus, etc., which you probably have no idea what I'm talking about. This is why I say I did films and stuff. I do a lot. So anyway, there is no way that person on filming the crop circle being formed at Oliver Castle with 2 orbs did that on a home computer in the period that we had Windows 95. If you worked for INM, yes, possibly could have done that. You got to remember, this is just after Jurassic Park had just done match moving, so we're talking big, powerful computers. But Cookie, you're obviously not aware of that. So you sure you want to do a live chat? Because I will point out where you're wrong, and I know you're going to be sitting there going, oh, he's trying to be big-headed. No, I'm just going to point out things that you may not know. So you go watch that Oliver Castle video, come back to me and tell me how he did that back in the 90s. And all he done was took the video to the pub. Now, you're going to then look it up and then you're going to say, but recently he's had to say that it was faked. Go watch my video because I prove how it wasn't faked and that how he's had to say it's faked now. A lot of people had to do that in the end because of the pressure of, shall we say, certain establishments putting pressure on people to admit that certain things are fake. Same as the guy that had these Ica stones. He admitted that they were fake. However, he had to admit because they was going to arrest him for antiquity theft. Same as the guy that captured the little in Mexico, captured the little creature in a bear trap. If anyone remembers that, and he threw acid over it. Does anyone remember that? Swore on his life that it was a real creature and that he captured it and threw acid over it. Other people would even witness the same little creature running around. So, roll on 10 years later, he's being interviewed for a TV and he says, it was fake. Leave me alone. So he was got at. you know he was, because he was in tears when he was first interviewed with this thing, because he thought it was a devil, and because he was religious. You don't go into tears live on thingy if you've knocked up a fake little creature and then told the world about it. You know, he didn't tell the world. The word spread. So again, when you look at the backstories of why people would say they're fake. So this Oliver Castle kid that filmed it, he just went to the pub and said, "Wow, I saw a UFO. You know, these orbs creating this crop circle," and that was the end of it. There was no internet back then, but word of mouth spread, and that's how it ended up becoming popular. So it's all to do with the backstory, Cookie. Sorry, I waffled on enough. So James has wrote, crop circles have something to do with the sound from the ground, I think. Well, again, look at the Oliver Castle crop circle, and you'll see. And that's just one bit of footage. There's other footage of these orbs, which obviously Cookie don't want to hear about, but there's loads of footage of orbs flying over tractors and stuff like that. That ain't lens flare when the camera's zooming in following. Anyway, but also there's eyewitnesses that have seen crop circles. People actually camp out at night on hills waiting for crop circles to be formed, and they've actually seen orbs at dusk or at night, you know, dawn and dusk, creating these crop circles. In fact, there's other people that's actually been inside a newly formed crop circle, seeing an orb literally come out of the ground as if the ground wasn't even there. It just comes up and goes up and flies off. And when I say flies off, it generally stays at a certain height parallel to whatever it is, the ground, and that's why it will go up and over a tractor, which there's footage of, but of course Cookie won't want to watch that. That's the difference between research and not research. If you research, you start realising that not all of these people are knocking out these videos for a giggle. And that's where the problem is. People believe that any videos out there have got to be fake, but no, they don't have to be fake. They could be real. Nate has wrote, so much we'll never know. Now, anyway, yeah, I hear what you're saying. Christopher Lee has wrote, could you enlighten me about crop circles? You should have a proper TV channel on Discovery. Thank you very much. Well, didn't I read that one already? I can't remember. I know you asked the question earlier. So basically, the crops proof of the crop circles. If you don't believe me, go and look up Dr. Levengood's research. But basically, the actual crop itself is when it's been. So the node, there's a node. It's like a knuckle on a crop circle that gets superheated by a microwave of some description, which is what these orbs do. So the crop then just bends over, doesn't break, doesn't like people do with a board, doesn't flatten it or anything. It just bends it, and that's how it drops down. And literally, these orbs can create these crop circles literally in 10 seconds. And we know that to be true because there's airplane pilots, flying small light planes that are flying around for various reasons, and they'll go past the field, no crop circle. They'll go back again a few minutes later, and lo and behold, there's a crop circle there. So, but anyway, yeah. So once a genuine crop circle's been formed, if you take the wheat off of it, it produces a 400% extra yield on the crop. So whatever happens to it, it's certainly not man-made. It's something that's producing extra crop for us. Now, obviously, scientists are now looking at whether or not they can recreate that in order to actually produce more crop, more money, basically. But yeah, Dr. Levengood done research and there's actually, it's all peer reviewed and everything. So go and look that up if you're interested. Nate has wrote, what is Bigfoot? He is smart to stay away from humans. Yeah, he's a alien race, which is why he's smart to stay away from us. Been seen with UFOs, been seen coming in and out of UFOs with greys. So he's an alien race, which is why I'm sure George Lucas put him in the in Star Wars, really. I mean, who comes up with an 8-foot Wookiee? I mean, I wouldn't have never thought of that as a film, but you know, him and Spielberg were best mates. Spielberg had already done or spoke to Jacques Lavallee about aliens. In fact, Spielberg had already done a thing called Amblin, which was one of his first films, not theatrical films, one of his homemade movies, but again, it was to do with a UFO. So Spielberg and Lucas well into aliens, etc. Monty's wrote, do you know much about reptilians? Hopefully you heard me earlier talking about the Dracos. I don't want to repeat it on the same live if I can help it. So I'm hoping you heard me earlier. Sorry, I don't know if you did or not. James has wrote, reptile are all over the place if you know what to look for, bro. Well, I'm guessing you're on about reptile carvings of aliens, because obviously if they're all over the place, then I'm sure I would, have come across, researching, come across someone saying that they're here. So I can only imagine you're on about carvings. Metal detectors wrote, escape the light energy being. Yeah, I don't know if you can actually get away from them. Natis wrote, it is of God the soul. He owns it, but it's ours. Nat, feel free to watch my 35-minute video free of charge on YouTube. Come back and tell me that the Anunnaki are not, and give me reason that the Anunnaki are not the gods that you're referring to, or God that you're referring to. So just do that. No one did. I've done 2 or 3 live chats now, especially aimed at religious people. And I tell them to go there. I've even said to them, look, I'll still be on the live when you get back. Just go watch 35. You can watch 5 minutes of it and I'm right. But go watch the 35 minutes, come back and type in where I'm wrong. No one's done that. And they can't. So when you say it is of God the soul, I probably wouldn't use the word God, because when you watch that video that I've proved, you'll find that the word God predates the Bible, predates God telling anyone. In other words, the Anunnaki had the name God before God had the name God, or was given to anyone in religious terms, or anyone to do with a Bible. The Anunnaki had the word God. They also had the word Lord, which was coincidence, don't you think? But watch that 35 minutes, come back and tell me where I'm wrong, and then I can, if you want, you can watch the hours-long version, which goes on to the flood and how the Anunnaki had an assembly and decided that the flood should happen, or the deluge should happen, to wipe out the people here on Earth. And the Anunnaki say that predates the Bible. I can show you all of that. It's all on those hour-long or couple of hour-long video. But 35 minutes, obviously no one's come back and said I'm wrong, so it's clearly done the trick. Sad that it's not got more views, but I guess, people don't want to. I guess the religious people that do go there and see that I'm right probably wouldn't want to share it. So I don't know. Don't hate me if you're religious. It's not my fault. I've done research and found that information out. Dad has wrote blood over intent. Not sure what we were talking about there, sorry. Gnosis has wrote, the point is sound is there for the ear. Oh, so that was to do with if a tree falls, would you hear it? So you're saying the point is the sound is there for the ear. I would disagree. So what you're saying is, in order for there to be sound, there has to be an ear, which doesn't make sense. That's just like someone that's like me saying, to have a door, you have to have eyes. That's pretty much what you're saying. To be able to open the door, you need to have eyes. You don't. Because you can still feel the vibration of a sound. You telling me that if a meteorite smashed into Earth, you wouldn't feel the impact? You wouldn't have to hear it, you would feel it. I mean, I've been around places where someone's dropped something very large or heavy or whatever. You actually feel the vibration. So from that point, you know, a deaf person would know someone dropped something. So when you say you would need an ear to hear the sound, the logic would be no, you would still know that something. You could say yes, but the vibration didn't reach his eardrum, therefore there was no sound. But it was still there, and we know that it was still there because of the vibration of the shockwave that would have come. Cookies wrote, he says that, but what about the double slit experiment? Do you know I did if I think I know what you're talking about, is that to do with the laser going through one slit and then going through another? Do you know I watched videos on that, if that's what you're referring to? It's a long time ago now. And I remember in my head pointing out where they were wrong on the experiment. I would need to relook at that, but yeah, that experiment was flawed in my opinion. If it's the same one that I'm thinking of, I'm struggling to memorize it. But I remember thinking, pointing out a logic thing that they'd done wrong. I do that a lot. I watch things and I realise that people don't always think. And so, yeah. So I remember that. If that's the same thing, then yeah, it splits off, doesn't it? Or something. I can't. Something, but it was a flawed experiment, in my opinion. You're probably going to say, "Oh, he's making up crap." No, well, watch my videos. You see where I point out so many things that people don't even think of. Sorry, it scrolled all the way to the bottom. Now I'm back to the top. But now the top is Cookie. So I've missed chunks. No, I don't believe in that. Darren Brown debunked all that. I can't remember what you're referring to. But Cookie, let me explain something to you about debunking. Let me just have a quick drink. Hopefully you're listening. So let me teach you something, Cookie. Let me teach you something about debunking. Now, I've done my fair share on these videos, and you'll see, and no one out of the million odd people that's watched the videos, no one said I'm wrong. So let me point to you to the guy that said that the crystal skull was man-made recently. Now, he debunked the crystal skull. I think Hodges was the surname of the person that had the skull. He debunked it. And people like you now, by going, oh, Darren Brown debunked something, you would agree with this person, would you not? Because you've not done your own homework, because you've just watched someone else do it. That's the problem, Cookie. What you're doing is you're allowing yourself to be influenced by people without doing your own research. So, going back to this particular person, he was allowed to look at the crystal skull. So he comes out with the conclusion that it's fake. People like yourself will go, he debunked the crystal skull, because it's all over the internet. He's debunked the crystal skull. I don't go for that. I do my own research. So I then looked up who this person was, because you wouldn't bother. Clearly you haven't bothered, because you're following Darren Brown. And if Darren Brown debunks something, therefore it's true. You haven't done your homework. Sorry for everyone else listening. I hate people that think they know things but follow other people without doing the homework. That's why people follow me. Anyway, so I looked into this person. Turns out he was, by his own peers, what's the word? I can't remember the word. I'm going to use debunked, but he was, I can't remember the word. It was basically like shown that he was wrong. Not to do with the crystal skull, but to do with something else. So he had said that a particular person was a descendant of Genghis Khan. And his peers looked into that research and said, what are you on about? You're stupid. You're thick. But then you look a bit deeper at actually this person that's debunked the crystal skull, and you realise that he worked for, wait for it, the Rockefeller Foundation. And if you work out that he worked for the Rockefeller Foundation, I'm sure you haven't bothered doing your homework, Cookie. When you know that the Rockefeller Foundation, and trust me, they have blocked any kind of information to do with our true history. And if you don't believe me, I can sit for hours and explain all where they've done things. They even tried to buy the Baghdad Museum and restart one, but I guess you probably don't know that, and have their own people in there. But I guess, and you probably don't even know that the Rockefeller Museum is actually owns the British Museum. Bet you didn't know that, did you? No. It's actually called the Rockefeller Museum. As the British Museum is called the Rockefeller Museum. Bet you didn't know that. Anyway, so not only have I now proved that that guy was wrong, turns out the reason why he said the crystal skull was fake was because of some, under microscope, some slight scratches. That's it. That was his argument, that there were some scratches, therefore it was man-made. So not only did he then assume that aliens didn't use any technology and they would just use magic. So in other words, the aliens are not allowed to use any kind of technology whatsoever, because this person said that if they accidentally made a mark in it, it can't be done by aliens because they have to use magic. They don't touch it at all. It's just magic. Do you see my point, Cookie? So basically, I've debunked that person badly. So what I'm saying to you, Cookie, is where you saying you want to chat with me and you're going to bring up people like Darren Brown without doing your home research, I will then turn that back round on you. I don't mean to knock you, but this is what happens. This is how I work. And I'll be asking you questions you won't have the answer to because you haven't done your own research. So now, Cookie, you're probably starting to realise that maybe you should follow me and maybe not listen to other people. Okay, scrolling down. Winnie had pinned a comment. I missed that. Sorry. Sometimes I close my eyes when I'm waffling on. Superfly has wrote electromagnetic spectrum. I'm not sure if that's what that's referring to. Maybe that was to do with the light frequencies. Sorry, I missed a whole chunk of things because it scrolled all the way to the bottom. Jess has wrote, cameras can see more than orbs. Press your TV remote on your camera and tell me what you see. Yes, well, yeah. David has wrote, the sky is purple. Potter's wrote, have you ever done anything on the Tatarians? Yeah, I looked into them. There was a Tatarian empire. It was a Mongolian empire about 500 years ago. But that's pretty much it. There was no evidence whatsoever, and I mean really no evidence of any technically advanced race that got wiped out by mud 200 years ago. None whatsoever. Now, I have asked a few times on my videos, because people say to me, oh, Tatarian mud, this, that and the other. And I said, no problem at all. Just show me the evidence. And then they try and point me to some YouTuber. And I said, no. Point me to the evidence. You must have the evidence, like ancient tablets or something. Tell me where the translations are. Tell me where the technology is. Because obviously if the YouTuber's seen it, he's told you where he's seen it from. But they don't. They never come back to me because some YouTuber waffles on, doesn't give any information properly, maybe shows a fake picture, and people lap it up. So as far as I'm concerned, the Tatarian Empire was the Mongolian Empire. And that's it, really. There's no evidence of anything other than that. Yes, mud did slide back in the day when we had, muds go to Indonesia and, it still slides because they haven't built it all up. But now we don't get so many mudslides because we've got rid of the mud and we've got a concrete jungle. Cookies wrote, let's debate live. Again, I probably won't do it tonight, but you've probably realised now, Cookie, that you've probably might bite off more than you can chew. Cookie says, all I said is that pasta footage is bollocks. Excuse my language, everybody. Cookie's a bit of a nutter for swearing. So that's your argument then, Cookie. That is your argument. You went away, watched it, and that's your brain has come with a swear word. You do realise that when people swear, it means they've lost the argument, which means you do. It's true. It's true. You'd say it yourself. If I started swearing you one of your points, you'd say that I've lost the argument because I can't articulate the problem or the answer to why that is crap. Do you see my point, Cookie? So what you've done is you've watched the video and decided without any reason that in your head that it's crap. That's it. You haven't actually said, well, actually, if you look at the window and the sunlight and the reflection and da-da-da-da, you haven't come out with anything, which means you have no answer to why you believe it's rubbish other than you want it to be rubbish. You know I'm right. I should have been a psychologist, but too many other things. But yeah, so unfortunately, Cookie, what would be the point in doing a live with you now when you've admitted that you don't have the articulation to be able to prove a point? You haven't. You've lost the argument there by swearing. And not actually giving me the evidence of why it's wrong. Oh, Cookie. Tell you what, instead of just saying what comes from your heart, why don't you just start giving in and saying, okay, I'll listen to Our True History. He's probably more right than the others. Oh, it's too easy. This is Paul has wrote, Our True History has a point. Our senses are limited. That's a scientific fact. It is, indeed. I'm guessing Cookie doesn't know that scorpions are actually ultraviolet. You're probably thinking, wow, okay, didn't know that. But they are. And we can't see that unless you put an ultraviolet light on them. So, yeah, anyway. Scrolling down. Dave has wrote poltergeist activity. So much evidence. There is obviously we can't see the actual entity doing what it does at that moment in time, but down the line, that's what I'm trying to say to Cookie. Down the line, I mean, 100 years ago we had, we probably knew about a handful of different sort of light frequencies that we weren't aware of, but we didn't have the technology to even see them. Like I say, there's scorpions now. We know that they shine under a certain light, but we didn't know that back then. So where people like Cookie is very blinkered and thinking that right now we know absolutely everything, as Dave's just pointed out, poltergeist activity is so much evidence, but just because we can't see it, so a picture flies off the wall, TVs turn on and off, Cookie will say that's all crap, because he can't see the actual entity doing it. 50 years later, roll on 50 years, and we have different cameras that can pick up all types of spectrums, and we see it. Run forward 50 years, what's Cookie going to say? Wow, it was always there, wasn't it? It was blatant, isn't it? Blatant. See my point? So right now, Cookie, if I said to Cookie 100, 200 years ago, can we get to America in 9 hours? Cookie would have said, you're stupid. And he would have swore at me. He really would have. But now he takes it as granted. You see my point? So while people are blinkered like Cookie, just because we can't see certain things now doesn't mean it's not real. And again, going back to the poltergeist activity, which does happen, I mean, you could say some of it, maybe wind, knocking a door, certain things, but then you've got the spirit boxes that also work with them. But obviously Cookie will say that's crap and that those spirit boxes are picking up radio too. And of course the problem when you've got someone like that is just going to keep saying that everything's crap. That's the problem. Everything that is not going to accept it. So everything will just be crap. Cookies wrote 10 minutes, dude. Not after you swore. I don't want to be blocked. Now I know the type of person you are. Sorry, Cookie. Run, and obviously you've also kind of proved that you don't have the to come and Cookie. If you'd come back and said, right, the pasta video that shows an orb split into two is lens flare because the camera was moving. Not that it was a stationary camera, but I'm saying even if you tried to, again, when it comes to cameras, I'll probably run rings around you again. I don't mean to sound rude, it's just doing it all my life. So you'd have to come up with some coherent way to explain that it's not dust, bright dust, that comes from down the hall all the way towards the camera and then splits into two. And that's just one video. So when you watch them all you do realise that in a court of law, you don't just go by one bit of evidence. You gather the preponderance of evidence, which is what I do with what I'm doing. And that's how I say with confidence the things that I say. But when you come out with the words like that's and then a swear word without explaining why, I kind of really want to do a live chat with you, because A, you swear, and B, you prove that you will just say to me whatever I say. I'll be talking about, maybe you're religious, and I'll be talking about the older tablets. You'll be saying 2 million tablets of crap. Yeah, but they're real. You're crap. Yeah, but they're real. Crap. Bible's real. Do you see what I mean? That's how the argument's going to go. I can see it, and there's no kind of point. If you come back with something earlier and logical and a clever answer, then I would have went, wow, someone's on my level, excellent. But when you swore, you realised that you lost the argument. Sorry. Run from the livings. Right, I think there's a whole other colour that shrimp can see we can't. Possibly. I mean, they used to say goldfish see in ultraviolet. And they also used to say, I don't know if they still say that about goldfish, but they also say that dogs see in black and white, which we know is a load of crap. And we know that black and white was only a man-made thing. I know I did a video once saying that black and white was a man-made thing. If we didn't have black and white newspapers and black and white TV, we wouldn't really be saying black and white because we see in colour. So there would have been no reason for us to say that dogs would have saw in black and white. It's a man-made construct. Anyway, some numpty wrote, zebras are black and white. Why do I bother? But the point was, black and white is a man-made construct. Go back, before photographs and telegrams. Go back to natural state. Just go back 300 years. There was no black and white in terms of what we see. Yes, zebras were black and white, but there was no black and white. We wouldn't have used that description. So when people say that dogs see in black and white, it's a man-made construct. So yeah, sorry. Just it scrolled to the bottom. Just scrolling back up. Sorry. Okay, it looks like I've missed bits here. Sorry, so it's scrolled to the top, but I've missed people's chat. But I'm nearer to your chat. This is live, by the way, everybody. I'm gonna plug my phone in. Hopefully, it doesn't die of overheating. Michael's wrote, they are the same gods. I missed a huge chunk because it scrolled all the way to the bottom, so I don't know what that's referring to. Sorry. I don't know if you're referring to the almighty being that's not really there, and the Anunnaki, or I don't know. Sorry. James has wrote, bro, that are in front of you. Look carefully at what you see on TV and people around you. Again, I've missed a chunk. I'm not sure whether it's something I'd said or whether someone else has said. Earth Healers wrote, what's it called on YouTube? Just type in Our True History Parts. I say parts because you definitely get my videos then, if you're interested in them. Cookies wrote, please drop me some reference points just so I'm up to speed. On what particular subject? Sorry, Cookie, I'm not sure what that was referring to. Grumpy's wrote, OTH, catch up later. No problem at all, Grumpy. Thank you for joining. Man's Sons wrote, that's all nonsense, TBH. Again, Cookie will probably now agree with me. When people say that, it means they can't say where I'm wrong. I get this a lot. I get people say, you're wrong. And I say, no problem at all. Same as I'm going to say to Manson. Manson, no problem at all. If you just explain one thing, I love doing this, one thing where I'm wrong that you can prove that I'm wrong, I'd be interested to see. 50% has wrote, they are the gods, but they are not gods. Well, when you look at it logically, and again, go watch that 35-minute video and come back and tell me where I'm wrong. There is no almighty being. Everything leads to the Anunnaki being called the gods and Lord. In fact, Enki was the Lord, Great Lord. So when you've got thousands of tablets talking about Enki, Enlil, all the other Anunnakis, all named as gods and goddesses that predate the Bible, and that the Bible didn't, there's no reference whatsoever that the Bible spoke to the Anunnaki. So either there's a hell of a coincidence that they chose the race name gods and lords, or the Bible's talking about the Anunnaki. I mean, when you go through the Bible, like I have with the, I actually found the tablet with the where they built the throne for Enlil, and then you look at this is why no one can debunk it, and you look at the Ezekiel tablet where he talks about seeing a man on a lapis lazuli throne, a man being God, and I show the actual tablet translation for where someone built Enlil a lapis lazuli throne, and God on Ezekiel was sitting on a lapis lazuli throne. Come on, you'd have to be so blind to not see the coincidence that an almighty being that's got a white beard, white hair, same as the Anunnaki, sits on a lapis lazuli throne in the same place, Israel. And don't say no, God's not in Israel, because if you know your Bible, you'll know that God, the God of Israel, had a wife there. And if you don't know what I'm on about, then you really need to start not just listening to... priests used to believe that God had a wife in Israel. If you don't know that, then you really need to start... People need to research more. Sorry, I digress. It scrolled all the way to the bottom again. Sorry. Scrolling down. Wendy's wrote, "What's the name of the YouTube, please?" It's Our True History, and then just type in parts. If you go to my website, you can get to the videos there, or you can click through whatever you want to do on the website as well. It's outtruehistory.co.uk. So either or. Jess had wrote back Our True History for the website. Yeah, look for the one that's called... You'll see a picture on the book. It's about the fourth video back on my TikTok, on my YouTube. Look for the one that says proof of Anunnaki, or the one with the picture of the book, and it says on the picture it says the Lost Book of Our True History. It's only 35 minutes there, but obviously there's hours more on my Patreon page or on my new TikTok series page. And I cover so, and I'm still doing more. I just released a bit towards the firmament today, or was it yesterday? I've lost track of days. But yeah, I'm going to be carrying on that firmament one because I need to put out a video to shut people up because it's just so annoying. Like I did with this, I have put out a video. I'm proud of it. I put out a video. It's only 35 minutes on that I can now shut people up on. When they start talking to me about God, I can just go watch that. Come back, tell me where I'm wrong. Because I know they can't. And so I'm doing the same with the firmament. I'm going to do the video, cross every angle so no one can come back and say I'm wrong, because I don't like anyone. Don't want that. So I'm going to be finishing off the firmament video hopefully tomorrow, and put that out so that everyone will be able to say, finally someone's nailed it. There's no debates. Let's move on. Paul has wrote, Our True History, where is Nibiru located at this point and time? Can someone pin this? I couldn't tell you exactly. There's probably people out there that's done more research into the actual orbit of Nibiru. I mean, if it has got an elongated orbit, and if Sitchin's right, let's go with Sitchin's date. I think was between 500 and 900 years, something like that. So if you look at the orbit as to where it supposedly goes out and comes back around, and it's going to be coming around in between Jupiter and Mars. So if you do that, and then, I mean, you could mathematically work it out. You could say, well, okay, well, if it takes 3,600 years to get to do a full orbit, and we're, let's just hypothetically say 700 years, give it in between 700 years, so then you can divide the distance round, and then take off divide it by 700, the full lot, and then you can give yourself that period, that little section there before it gets to the perigee. So yeah, you could probably pinpoint where it would be if the elliptical orbit that's online is the correct shape and size and where it would be going. So yeah, you could probably do that. I mean, I might have a bash at that if I get 5 minutes. Sorry, it scrolled all the way to the bottom again. Sorry. Sorry, I'm just trying to go back up. This is live, everybody. You can probably tell by my voice.
WhatsApp. Someone has sent you a WhatsApp.
Sorry, I'm going to have to unplug my phone because the keyboard, I think it overheats. As I keep scrolling, it keeps going back to the bottom with the... Sorry. The right... Sorry, it scrolled all the way to the bottom again. The righteous one had just wrote... what about the word creator or creators? So Enki was called the fashioner, which would, if you look at the Bible, would have ended up being the same creator. So he basically fashioned things. He created things. So he was actually the person that we would call our father, who are in space. He was him, which is why it was a male as opposed to a female or non-gender or whatever you want to go down there. So he was male. He was the one. We've got the tablets. Literally, no. I defy anyone to say that those tablets were made up as a story. In fact, I cover that in that hour, many hours. I even go through, would this be a story book that was written over 3,000 years up and down the whole of Mesopotamia by different people, all continuing the same narrative? And you can probably guess the answer to that. No, it's not a storybook. Because I also go, okay, well, if it's a storybook, would they have created the carvings of these fictitious people? Would they have created the buildings? I go through all of that, so that's why no one's ever going to be able to debunk those videos that I do. But yeah, he was classed as a fashioner, so he would have been the creator, not creator of all, because that's, people throw that out there and believe that, but it's not. He was the creator of humans, and he was the person that catalogued things for the first 6 days and then said rest on the seventh. Literally, I show it. I show the translation. I break it down. I make it easy, foolproof, which is why, again, no one's going to say I'm wrong, because they can't. So, yeah. June Nexus wrote, if only Nibiru had rings around their planet, humans might not have existed. I'm just trying to work out how that would be. I'm guessing you're referring... Well, apparently, according to Hopi Indians, when the Nibiru comes round, we get bombarded by meteorites, etc., which makes sense, because if they're moons, as it says in the Umm-Elish British Museum, predates the Bible, if that's correct, and there are 4 moons smashed into another planet that was here before Earth called Tiamat, not necessarily in the same space as where we are, but was out there in between Jupiter and Mars, if I'm not mistaken, because that's why there's a thing called Bowe's Law. But anyway, that's another story. So if the moons of Nibiru smashed into Tiamat, which was a planet, and broke Tiamat up, which created Earth, possibly our moon. I say possibly because Sitchin believes that one of the moons of Nibiru ended up being our moon. In other words, we somehow nabbed it when all the Caracas went on. And the asteroid belt was also part of Tiamat. If that's correct, and the 4 moons did smash into Tiamat, as written in tablets way before Bible, then you would expect possibly, because obviously their moons are fairly close to Nibiru, that Nibiru would probably have some debris going around it as well from the moons, which makes sense. So technically it probably might have some sort of ring around it, but not as bad as Saturn with its rings. Lisa's wrote, my instinct is so on point before something happens in or around my life. I know it will happen. We've got a few years before they start. I mean, they're at it now. You know, apparently there's a billion people's already died because of you know what. And we're not talking about the V. We're talking about the other thing that they tried to use to combat the V. Apparently, a billion people. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that's they're already at their game. Sorry, it scrolled again to the bottom. People talking to each other. Metal Detector wrote, so question not answering, but 3,600 years ago regarding flint tools? Question mark. So question is not answering, but 3,500 years ago regarding flint tools. I don't know if you wrote something before. I'm trying to work out where we are with this. So you're saying, well, the hominids, if you read the ancient tablets, there was a species here on Earth that looked like apes but was as smart as humans. The name was, I think Jun remembers the name. I did a video on it called The Real Planet of the Apes. So basically, if they was as smart as humans were back then they would have been using tools, that particular race. I can't remember. Canine. I can never pronounce it, even if I did say it. But so yeah, there's creatures that were smart enough to use tools. Certainly, when the Anunnaki were here, when they first arrived 450,000 years ago. So I know we think that hunter-gatherers, for humans, 11, 12, 13,000 years ago, but under the Paleolithic period, there were creatures, hominids, that had the brain power enough to use tools for sure. Liz is right. I think Nibiru is here. We'd probably, according to the Hopis, we would probably be hit by meteorites before Nibiru's atmosphere, or before Nibiru's gravity causes us a problem. So I don't think we're going to. I think Nibiru's, as Sitchin said, still a few hundred years away from us. Free Minds, if that mothership is in our orbit, possibly. I can't say yes or no to that, but I would imagine there's probably some, if not in our orbit, maybe parked behind the moon or under our oceans. Alfredo's wrote, "Sir, I feel that vibration every time you drop a truth bomb." Alfredo, you should do. Honestly, I think I watched one of your videos the other day. But I'm surprised you're not doing comedy. I don't mean in a bad way, I mean in a good way. Paul's wrote, so popularity makes it correct. I'm not sure what that's referring to. Sorry. I don't know if it's something that I'd missed or something I'd said 20, 30 minutes ago. I'm sorry. I don't know what that means. Metal Detector wrote zinc then. Again, not sure what that was referring to. Sorry. That's what happens when I'm behind. I am catching up slowly, though. I can see there's only 11 left. Warp Takers wrote, what about... Thank you, Leah, with the little fox. Yeah, I noticed you like the little fox a lot. You keep popping up with the fox. It's cute. Warp has wrote, what about Ben Tov's cosmic egg model? I'm unaware of that. Sorry. Paul's wrote, I was answering Cookie, please pin. I didn't see Cookie's message. Maybe it was before when I couldn't scroll all the way to the top. Sorry, sorry, Warp. I'm not aware of. I mean, if you can sort of briefly tell me, I might have heard of it, but I may not remember the particular person's name. Free Minds wrote Billy Carson explains. Oh, my regulars know that I'm dying inside when someone mentions Billy Carson. That's why I've put the video on my Patreon page, the one where I sort of show how bad he is, because it's not fair to knock him. I don't want to knock him. I don't. I just wish he would. His heart's in the right place. I just wish he wouldn't listen to someone and then regurgitate it. It's good that he's used my Anunnaki that are now the Atlanteans, because before, trust me, he didn't say that before. He said the Atlanteans. Now he's saying the Anunnaki. So he's watched my video, or someone's told him, and I'm the only one that ever said about the Anunnaki being the Atlanteans. So anyway, but yeah. So when you say Billy Carson explains, I cringe inside a little bit. But he seems like a nice guy. I just wish he would not take everything at face value that he's been told. That's my take on it. And also, I think when he does give his information out, he needs to point to where it is. Someone says to me, "Okay, where's the tablets that's talking about, Enki creating the?" Well, luckily I did that video. I don't have to go and point now. You can go and watch the videos. But, I'll point to whether it's the Oxford University, whether it's the British Museum, wherever it is, I'll try and point to. But I've noticed with Billy, he'll come out with stuff that's wrong and hope no one's read the tablets that he's talking about, because he talks about the tablets that's not, the stuff in there that's not in those tablets. So he'd be really good he would really be good, great ambassador, if he had just, I don't know. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to sound rude. Guy on TikTok wrote, "Can you talk more about the evidence as obelisks as energy receivers from the pyramid?" Yeah, so this is something I'll tell you what, go number 2 in the class, because you're actually one of the... I've just plugged my phone back in. You're actually one of the only people that's actually... in fact, you are the only person that's asked me that. So I'm just going to have a quick drink. So I don't know whether you heard me say it or whether you've come to the same conclusion or whether someone else has, but so basically there's, as you probably guessed, there's stones, and it's not just the obelisks in Egypt that actually produce a certain energy residual from them. There's one in the UK, I can't remember, don't ask me, I did a video on it, don't ask me the name of the place, but the actual it's not really an obelisk as such, but it is, people call it sometimes in Rome, I think they used to call them, they start with an M, Obelix used to carry them around, you remember Asterix and Obelix, he used to carry them around, a menthor or something, anyway. Yes, I used to read Asterix and Obelix when I could actually learn to read, which was about a week ago. But so yeah, they do. So there's one here in the UK that gives off some sort of frequency. Now, if you look at the Karnak stones in France, I don't know if you guys are aware of the Karnak stones. It's just one of many places that has these stones. Obviously, Adam's calendar in Africa's got stones as well. So when you realise that these stones actually all produce a frequency, an energy frequency, because of the position of them. Not just the position, but so with it's to do with ley lines and everything else. Sorry, but with the obelisks, my original thoughts on the obelisks was, yes, it was just a pillar that they put up for notifications, because they did actually use boundary stones and things like that. I don't know if you know that, but they do. In fact, Samaria was the first place to have these boundary stones. Anyway. So Egypt's got these obelisks, which originally my thought was just, a notice board. But when you realise that the pyramids also give off some sort of power frequency, energy, certainly the ones in Giza still do. I don't think the ziggurats do. I've never come across anyone saying that the ziggurats, which are the stepped pyramids, actually still produce a frequency. But anyway, let's go with the normal pyramids that we're aware of. So people have actually gone to the Great Pyramid, measured it, measured power frequency still coming from it. So if you then look at that as a power source, whether or not it had a light beam coming from the top, which I do believe it did because we've got the holes in the top of it, makes sense. But at the same time, that energy that they've got could have been dispersed, out sideways, not just necessarily up for a light beam. So it could have been a dual purpose. And knowing the Anunnaki, they're not daft. They're not going to sit there and build, or stand there and build, a massive monument that we would, be used as a one-off thing, such as a light beam going up into space. So with that in mind, did they actually build what Tesla ended up building, which was that free energy device that would power and send the electricity far and wide? Now, what would be needed to actually capture that energy? An obelisk. My problems that I have with that, and this is why I look at everything from every angle, is what would be connected to that obelisk in order for them to benefit from the energy. And I haven't found an answer to that. Obviously, it's not like a plug socket that people plug in wires to. Now, obviously, if you go back to Egypt and you look at the carving that they've done, which looks like a light bulb, and it definitely has a wire coming from that going into a box. I don't know if you guys know the one I'm on about. That definitely has a wire. There's no denying that that's some sort of wire coming from it. Now, people could say, well, it's a snake in a glass tube. You could say that. Obviously, glass back then, in that kind of tube, would be, a one-off, because we've never come across that type of thing before. But, most people look at that and say it's a bulb with a filament in it, and the wires going off into a box. So the question still is, even if they've got that as a power source, how are they using the obelisks? Because when you look at the buildings that were around, generally most of them were sort of mud huts and things like that. But even the ziggurats didn't have, and they were actually places people stayed in. So they didn't have sort of plug sockets on walls or anything at all that would give them something that we would perceive as electricity to use as lights or anything like that. So I'm still on the fence on whether or not they were used directly for the people, or whether it was just something for the Anunnaki to use, or what. I just haven't got the answer to that yet. So it's a good question. So go number 2 in the class for that. Metal detectors wrote flawed experience, but here not. I'm not sure. Sorry, Metal Detect. Sorry, don't hate me. Then Metal Detect wrote, keep up the good work. I would if I could remember what people were talking about. Metal Detect wrote work research and sun is flat. Oh, please don't say the sun's flat. I had someone say the sun's CGI. However, the other day, as I was freaking out in the hot sun, I was thinking, geez, these CGIs are getting, computer-generated images are getting so good that they can actually burn me. Warp Blake has wrote a fraud. Again, I'm not sure what I was talking about for you to say that. Sorry. That's the danger of doing these lives when I do them. I read out every single question, and sorry. Leah's wrote discredited. That's the word. Right, okay, I know now. Yeah, so when I was talking about that particular guy, I can't remember his name. I did videos on him, and I actually showed where he worked and everything else, and how he was connected to the Rockefeller Foundation. So, discredited. That was the word. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't use the word fraud, but yeah, that would have been that. Yeah, if I'd seen that or thought of that, I'll probably use that word as well. Winnie's wrote contradicted. Almost, yeah, discredited probably was the right one there. Again, I've done the video on it. Go look it up. And I like doing the background on these people. When you look at someone that's knocking someone else, I like to do my homework on why they would be saying that. And as you know, from many a times I've come across people that end up being part of the, working for the Rockefeller Foundation. Run from the Living wrote almost like they have some sort of genetic attachment to stuff in that museum. Yes, yeah. I mean, I did some serious homework into the Rockefeller Foundation. I actually found the paperwork that the Rockefeller Foundation asked the Baghdad or Iraq. Back then, it was the Iraq. Back in the 40s, I think it was. Actually, that they was going to offer them £1 million to build a museum there, and then you actually read. You can find them online. The actual paperwork from the Egyptians back to the Rockefellers saying, "And are you putting your American people in there?" And then they wrote back saying, "Yes, we would be putting our American people in there." And then the Baghdad says, "No, because then you'll be putting out whatever you want to put out in the museum, and not necessarily the correct history." Literally, they wrote words to that effect. They didn't trust the Rockefellers. Lo and behold, move on to now, you'll probably find that Rockefellers did manage to get some way into the Baghdad Museum, probably because of whoever was in charge of Iraq, especially after going into the Iraq war. That wasn't really a war, it was a way of getting what they wanted from the Baghdad Museum, which they did. In the end, they went in there and took stuff. Gazers wrote, mute him. Hopefully not me. I'm guessing that's someone else. I'd like to think it's someone else, sorry. Gazers wrote spammer. Warp Lakes wrote tool marks. That was referring to the crystal skull. I've had to unplug the battery again, the charger. Well, my take on it, these crystal skulls, they were old. Obviously, the Hodges person found them, or found one of them, and this is going back in the 20s or 30s. So, I've dropped my phone quite a lot. So all it took was someone from when that crystal skull was built to just accidentally nick it with, another stone, dropping it, or even tool mark from whoever built it, but doesn't necessarily prove that it's human made. So yeah, it could have been, just a simple scratch, and that was his argument, that there was a scratch on it, or a couple of scratches, but that was it. He said they were tool marks. There's no evidence that they were tool marks. He says they were tool marks, but there's no evidence of tool marks. There is scratch marks. So he could say tool marks and I could say scratch marks. Both of us could be right. But either way, aliens do have to use technology to build stuff. So if they built the crystal skulls, they still could have used technology. 48 States was right back again. Have read more, and I'm still enjoying the effort you spend on your depth of research. Thank you very much. Thank you. Gaz has wrote exactly. I'm hoping that's to the 48 States message. That'd be nice. Thank you very much. Matilda Texas wrote gold. The search for attention of living well for the future planet welfare. Then there's this place. This. Sorry, I've probably not done that justice trying to read that out. Forgive me. Alfredo muted someone. That's probably why it scrolled all the way to the bottom. And then Alfredo wrote to Gaz. He was spamming about something die. I don't know what that is actually. The Akashic space is right. Aliens real, spirits real, crop circles we use to make them in the country. Bigfoot real, I am God real. Aliens. I'll go back over this. Aliens real, yes. Spirits real, yes. Crop circles we used to make them. Obviously, you've not done any research into the fact that the first people that ever said that they made them 4 or 5 years before that they said that they started making them. Sir Patrick Moore actually witnessed and said live on TV, and you can go watch the YouTube video of it, that he saw a crop circle before Doug and Dave first said that they made crop circles. So, and also you probably haven't done the research that some of these crop circles were made at the same time around the world, so they're not Father Christmas. They can't go. So maybe a tad more research on the crop circles. And then you'll be fine. Jane has wrote time check 9 p.m. Oh wow, I'm that far behind again. Okay, it's now 9:41. Sorry guys. Liz has wrote Nibiru is here ship. I think Nibiru will be a planet. It's about at least 4 times the size of Earth. Guy on TikTok's wrote, only interestingly regarding Tartaria is the potential Great Wall, but not built by China. Forts face China thought. I've not looked into that. I've not looked into that. I mean, we've got Hadrian's Wall as well, but people did build walls. Not looked into whether or not that would have been anything to do with the Tatarians. I'll try and look into that and see. 50. Thank you for that. 50% has wrote, does Cookie believe in God? I think he does. He didn't want to say it because obviously I would barrage him with the evidence, but yeah. Sorry, Alfredo's wrote, sir, he's still young, he doesn't know. Oh, bless him. That was probably Cookie. Pixies wrote, how were we created? I'm guessing you were on about Homo sapiens. So literally they took the essence, this is their words, not mine, essence of the Anunnaki and the MEs of the Anunnaki, whatever the essence is. Now there is an actual genuine thing called the essence, which is to do with your urine, and it's to do with alchemy. Long story. I don't know. I'm on 4%. I'm not going to be able to go into the true essence of essence, but funny that. But yeah, basically they used more than likely DNA, created it in a clay bowl, which is why we all hear the stories of nipping a bit of clay and man was made from clay and whatever else. And they impregnated I think it was a Neanderthal. Impregnated the Neanderthal. It failed, and then eventually they took the. At that point, they didn't use the clay bowl. They took the embryo and put it inside an Anunnaki woman, which was his half sister, Enki's half sister, to try it that way. Failed 5 or 6 times. They wrote about the 5 or 6 times it failed and described all the problems, broken feet, one couldn't pee, one couldn't this, that and the other. It's all written on tablets. So this is why, I defy anyone to sit there and say that way back, the first ever people that wrote, could read or write, actually starts writing about creating a new species in their first ever language that's suddenly fully anyway. So yeah, and then the final one they created came out fine, and the only difference between that they said was between them and us is from a man's point of view is we have a thing called a 4, and then I'm going to say leave a little bit and then put the word skin. Or the Anunnaki didn't, which is why you get people wanting to have a snip here and there because they believe it's the same as people used to headbind. They wanted to headbind not because the Anunnaki had elongated heads. I don't believe that anymore. But because I'm still looking for there's something there, and I think I've almost got it now as to where these elongated heads come from. So I've just got to do it before I say it. I've just got to do a tiny bit more research into it and get enough evidence to be able to back myself up. But I think I know where because they're not. They would be all over Mesopotamia, and they're not. They're more Peru and Paracas and things like that. So, and a couple in Egypt, such as Tutankhamun and his parents and whatnot. So there was something happened at that point that allowed them to have elongated heads that are not human, not headbound, and we know that as a fact because a kid was in a mother's womb with an elongated head, so it wasn't headbound. Sorry, I digressed. Sorry, Sorry, I'm back. Sorry, my phone overheats and it's making my screen go everywhere. So I'll just keep going until the battery dies, because every time I plug it in, I can't actually scroll down. So sorry about that. Okay, I'll be as really quick as I can then. Just going back to where I was. The beer is here. Ship. Tatarian. Alfredo. How were we created? Yeah, so hopefully that answers your question. But again, feel free to watch my series called The Lost Book of Our True History. It's on my pinned video. If you go to my pinned videos, click on the series link, and you'll see it's called The Lost Book of Our True History. And I read out all the tablets, which is quite amazing. Mark has wrote, can you talk about the 13 families, including the Rockefellers, and what you believe their agenda is? As quick as I can before the battery's on 3%. I'll plug it in, and then maybe I'll plug it in and then unplug it when I scroll. Maybe that's what I'll do. Hi Sherry, I see your name just underneath that. Nice of you to join. So technically, there's more than 13 families if you really do your research, but the 13 that we're aware of, 14 if you include Gates. The thing with the Rockefellers is you'll find that the people that have these, that the 13 families, either bought their way into it or were a bloodline of it. So, for example, the Rockefellers bought their way into it. They weren't rich. They didn't have a bloodline. There was no, it was only because of oil that John made his money. So there's two types out there. There's the secret societies, and then there's societies that has secrets. So we know about some of the secret societies, the Masons and the Bilderberg groups and the Illuminatis and stuff like that. So some of those are not necessarily secret, but they have secrets. Now there is some other, I don't want to mention the names, there is some proper secret societies that go off of those, and they're the ones that we don't talk about and not many people know about. I don't even want to say the name here. They're the ones that have the, shall we say, the people that wants to, who wants to be a millionaire and billionaire, who, you get what I'm saying. These are the sort of people that have an agenda, and the agenda's been for a long, long, long time. And you got to think the agenda was on the dollar bill. It really was. Even the words in Latin is New World Order. So don't ask me to pronounce the actual wording on the dollar bill, but yeah. And then of course you got the All Seeing Eye on the pyramid and stuff like that. So back then they had the agenda, and it's a long game. They knew it was going to be a long game. and the long game is for global. So the next thing they're doing is they're going to get rid of religion. That's whether we're here or not, and I'm on about us as normal people are here or not. The next thing they do is religion. That's There's a great book called amazing book, to be honest. It's called, if you want to know even more than what I'm talking about here, trust me, this book is amazing. It's called, get a pen and piece of paper. It's called Black Ops, Aliens, Spirits, Bigfoot, and Our Untold History. It bombards you over and over and over again with facts. Now, at the beginning of the book, it says that the author says that instead of putting allegedly on everything, you'll have to just do your own sort of research, so to speak. But in other words, instead of writing allegedly this, allegedly, because the whole book would just be full of allegedlys, because obviously it's just trying to cover itself. So instead of putting allegedly, it's just everything's just down as fact. But there's things in that book that it has the 13 families in there, and it I think if I remember correctly, it even mentions the name of the secret thing. It's phenomenal. I don't normally praise things, but I've been listening to the audiobook version. I read it years ago. It was out in 2016, I think. And I praised the book on my videos, on one of my TikToks, and a few other books as well from other people. And the author must have somehow found out and sent me a message and got chatting to him. And anyway, so he's now doing it as an audio book, and he sent me the audio recordings of it in chapter format. So I'm listening to those as I go. Well, even though I read the book, and as I'm driving, I'm like, wow, this is stuff, projects that I'd heard about years ago that's in here. I can't even remember the names of them. It's just you need to read it 2 or 3 times to digest half of the stuff that's in there. So sorry I've digressed, but if you're really interested in, he's doing an audio book of it. I don't know when it's out. He said he'd let me know. So as soon as it's out, I will let everyone know, and it's phenomenal. But the book's out on Amazon. But yeah, it covers the 13 families, covers everything, covers the bloodlines of the 13 families, covers the royal family, as well as Bigfoot, as well as does all the things that I do. It's genius. Sorry, I did digress there, didn't I? 50% has wrote Cookie has his own agenda. Yeah, I think you're right. But if they could come back with an argument, do you see my point? That's why I do get a bit frustrated, because I get people certainly religious people, saying I'm wrong, and I say no problem. Point me where I'm wrong. Tell me why these tablets are wrong. Tell me anything other than just saying the words "you're wrong," and they never do. And that's and that's why I don't want to live chat with someone that can't talk properly about things. I was prepared to. I have done a couple before, but they normally end up train wrecks where people don't really have a clue. And I'm trying to be nice, on these live chats. I try to someone live. I try and be nice, but it's like I did one once with there was another girl that was on the live at the same time about flat Earth, and some guy goes, "Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in," and it was her live, I think. So she let him in, and he's waffling on, and I'm sitting back, and this is actually on YouTube if you want to go listen to the live version of it. And he's waffling on about heights and depth and this, that, and the other, and da-da-da-da-da. And I said to him, I finally piped up and I said, okay, what's the diameter then, or at least what's the distance to the edge? And he went quiet, and I said, to the flat edge, what's the distance? He's, I don't know. So I said, well, if you don't know, how do you know there's an edge? And he went, and he left because he didn't have the answer. And so that's what normally happens if I have live people on. They have to be on top form. Not saying I'm God or anything, even though I am God. I identify as one. Geez, Chris has wrote, I got a question. What do you think about Dr. Stephen Greer's work? Yeah, someone else asked earlier. I think he's amazing. I think he does a great job. You know, he was a proper qualified doctor. Didn't need to do that. He's put himself right in the limelight. Yeah, he's if you believe everything that he says, he has been to the White House, has briefed them on various subjects. My take on it is that they wanted to know what he knew. So in his eyes, that he's going there telling them what he knows, but really they're ahead of him. So I think they was trying to find out what he knows as to know whether or not it's a threat. Because when you look at the whole subject of ufology, etc., when it comes down to people disappearing, it's down to money. If pharmaceutical, if petroleum, if any other of these factions are going to lose out, that's when people disappear. If you're waffling on about little green men or whatever else, you're left alone. As soon as you say, here's how to do free energy, here's how to cure cancer, here's how to do X, Y, Z, you end up not around anymore. So that's why Stevens, I think, was invited into the White House, for them to know what he knows, because if he was going to step on anyone's toes, but he was just waffling on, in a nice way, I don't mean rude, he was talking about aliens, etc., which they let him go, and that's fine. But if he was talking about, we have the capability. Now, I know he did sort of allude to that on his latest press release that he did the other day. That worried me when I heard him say that he's going to try and get that information out, because that worries me. So let's see whether that happens or not. Alfredo wrote, I swear I don't swear. Very good. Do you know that's one thing I can't stand, Alfredo? Sitting. Sorry, just as bad as yours, isn't it? Guy on TikTok's wrote, please move on from and ignore cookies so we can all learn more. Sorry, I know I do get bogged down, I know. Winnie's wrote, I never ever swear. Yes. I know where you're from, Winnie. It's taught in your curriculum. Sorry. 50% has wrote, it's almost like someone needed someone to bounce off. Moderator Jane had muted 5-leaf clover. Interesting. I don't know what they were saying. Hopefully nothing too bad, but Paul was right. I swear when I drop something on my foot. Yeah. Did you ever see I know I've digressed slightly, but did you ever see the Mythbusters where they did a test to see whether or not swearing helps you with pain? And it turns out it does, and I do believe that. Because your mind's concentrating on shouting and being angry, as opposed to ouch that hurt. Loads of sunflowers. Did dinosaurs see in colour? I do not know the answer to that. I doubt if I doubt if any species will ever see in black and white. I think that really is just a man-made thing. But seeing in infrared and stuff like that, ultraviolet, like they say goldfish can, more than likely it's possible. I mean, if you think scorpions have an ultraviolet light on or glow on their back, that means another scorpion must see in ultraviolet to be able to see them from a long distance. So that means they can more than likely see in ultraviolet. Sunflowers wrote, were the dinosaurs buried in the mud flood? No, the mud flood happened, according to the research that I've done, according to people, the mud flood happened 200 years ago. So, yeah, no. 50% has wrote, they are not the same, not even gods. Again, not sure. Sorry, I keep plugging the phone in and just to try and keep going a little bit longer, but the keyboard goes wrong. Not 100% sure what you're referring to. Then 50 wrote, God like next to us. Well, the Anunnaki did look, or we look like the Anunnaki, so again, that helps the proof. Again, just watch that 35-minute video and come back and tell me where I'm wrong. Lamav has wrote, sorry, I'm plugging the phone back in. Reality is because of the power of belief. No one's wrong or right. It's one faith in what you believe. So the problem with that is, if you say that, then I could say that I believe I'm, 70 foot tall. I'm not, but you're saying it's, if you believe in it, therefore it is, and that doesn't make sense to me. Obviously, to you it might do. I have to be careful when I stand up because the ceiling's only 7-8 foot. Nate has wrote, "Fear God only." Job 28:28. James looks like 1:5. Know better, do better. No weapon form will prosper. Isn't that lovely that it's wrote, "Fear God"? You know why it's fear God? Because Enlil was the bad one and was happily trying to bump off people. But at the same time, in the Bible, it talks about a nice God wanting to save us, which would have been Enki. Lamav has wrote, "We are the gods and goddesses." Well, technically, we've got writings that predate the Bible that tells us a race called the gods came here, and in fact, the same pantheon of gods ended up being in Roman Greece. Again, gods, same name. So either God, the Almighty God that's not really there, allowed the Anunnaki to use his name, and the although you're not supposed to use the Lord's name in vain, Lord Enki. Ah, there you go. But yeah, they use the word Lord as well. So it's just watch my 35-minute video. Come back and tell where I'm wrong about the Anunnaki being. And again, I've got hours worth of that. So if anyone's interested, it's on my. Sorry, trying to scroll down again. Battery. Oops, it said end now. I don't want to end. I'm on 3% still. Sherry's wrote, "Who did that?" Oh, moderator Jane muted Cookie. I wonder what Cookie said. I bet he swore. Did he swear, Jane? Did you give him a little slap for being naughty? See, I wasn't blocking him because I was hoping he'd chat properly. But if he starts swearing, then you probably blocked him, which means he probably didn't have an answer to some of the things I pointed out. Metal Detectors wrote, "So only 3,500 years ago, could you explain life experience?" Sorry, Metal Detector wrote, "So only 3,500 years ago, could you explain life experience?" When you say 3,500 years ago, I'm not sure what you're on about. Whether you're on about the circuit of Nibiru, because that's 3,600 years, or whether you're saying I don't know what you mean. If you're referring to the spirits, they were eternal. If you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, it comes across that they actually was light energy beings. Then they ended up becoming solid. In other words, with like us, I guess, physical creatures, and then because obviously however long the universe has been formed, they ended up back into. That's if the translations are correct. They ended up back into evolving back into a light energy being form. So I'm not sure what you were referring to there. Sorry. Nate has wrote, "Faith is." Sorry. I'm trying to plug the wire in and then read and then unplug it. Faith is the power. The power to believe religion. Tricks fools. Jesus came in the flesh and defeated. So Nate, I'm guessing you're religious. If I told you that we have tablets that predate the Bible that say all the same things as the Bible, but without the errors that the Bible has, and you do know there's contradictions in the Bible, and it predates the Bible, and we've got the carvings, not just text, 2 million texts compared to the 1,200 pages of the Bible. One of them is a lot more than the other, the ancient texts. And we've got the carvings, we've got cuneiform seals, we've got evidence of manipulation, such as fused chromosomes in us. We've found skeletons of creatures like horses that were genetically modified with another species, genetically modified, not bred. If I went through all of that, would you still think? Would you be interested in learning that, or just sort of sticking with God? I'm just curious because so far, there's only 1 or 2 people that have said, "Okay, I'm slightly interested in what you got to say," because normally they're just very blinkered and not interested in the older text that the Bible copies from, which is proven. So I don't know. I'm interested to know if you're open to learning or whether you're just happy to go and just your way. 50% has wrote, "God speak to them. We can all do it." Oh, sorry, go speak to them. We can all do it. I'm guessing you're on about aliens. There's a law. There was a law that basically said you weren't allowed to communicate with spirits. And then I did a video actually just the other day. Not spirits, aliens. And then the fact check site said no, it's not that. It's to do with something else. But when you realise the fact check sites are the ones that lie, then you know that yes, there was a law. There was a law. In fact, that book that I was just talking about, that was published in 2016, talks about that law. So I'm not sure when they're saying that it doesn't say that, but that book already covered that back 2016. So Chris has wrote, "Are you aware of Michael Tellinger's work in South Africa and Enki's Kingdom?" Yes, I am. Yeah, I've spoke to Michael a couple of times, and I think he's done amazing work. He did go off. I saw one video that he did. I didn't pull him up on it or anything, but I saw one video where he was going off on a tangent that there was no evidence of, and was a bit wrong, in my opinion. But his work on the stones, which I'm sure you're aware of, his work over in Africa or South Africa, his work is amazing. He's unfortunately he's had to give up the museum he's got over there. I think he's trying to get, if he hasn't already done so, he's trying to get someone to take over his museum, which is really fascinating. It's got the giant finger in there. That if anyone's interested, look up Michael Tellinger's giant finger with a fingernail, massive finger. If that genuinely is a finger, then I think they said it was 30-something foot tall, massive. Would have been from. So fully aware of Michael's work. Think he's a great guy. I did think that particular video he did was a bit wrong, but on one of them. But I weren't gonna pick hairs. LaMay has wrote, "The Bible has been twisted from so many other religions." Yeah, I mean, yeah. Scroll down. Amsterdam has wrote, "Peace, love, light." Ah, thank you. That's nice. I'm being very careful with the phone it's plugged in. Oh crap! It's typical. Just as I said that. Paul has wrote, "Our True History." Where Nabil, I read that one. Yeah, that was because it was pinned. I know I'd read it. Do you think? Sorry, keep unplugging it. It's back to 4%, I think. Do you Monty's right. Do you think the Anunnaki will return? No. They're apparently, from whistleblowers, they're already here, dealing with our military. But, looking from a logical point of view, they hated this place. It gave them headaches, severe headaches. It's written in the tale. I've read that out. They aged almost twice as quick as they did on their home planet. There's no benefit to them coming here. They allowed us to stay here. They taught us what we needed to know after they knew they was going to leave, and so I can't see them wanting to come back and sit with us or anything like that. And if you, again, going back to that amazing book, Black Ops, Alien Spirits, Bigfoot and Our Untold History, if you didn't write that down, go to my website, outtruehistory.co.uk, and look at the links page, and there's books and that I recommend. Anyway, that book actually cites out some true stories from people that's encountered aliens, surprisingly, that were not abducted. In other words, a UFO landed or whatever. And the book covers what happened to certain people. So like a group of kids saw, I'm just paraphrasing now, I'm trying to remember what it was. A group of kids in Brazil or something saw a UFO, saw some little greys. They went over, curious about them. The greys telepathically spoke to them. They left. Everyone was happy. Then in the book it goes through some other cases where older people in certain countries had guns and they tried to kill in fact there's one case in where was it, in India or something like that. No, it wasn't India. It was a foreign country. I can't remember what it was. So go read the book. It's amazing. But there was a case, and it was a true story. It was actually written in newspapers and everything, that the guy went in and killed, I don't know whether it was accidentally or not, but this is the story, electrocuted one of the aliens inside a ship. I have no idea how he'd done that. And then took the body back to he owned a factory and stored it in the factory. But the point is, this is what we do when we see an alien. We want to, or some people seem to want to kill it. So, from the Anunnaki's point of view, knowing what we're like, and they do know what we're like, would you really want to come back and, I wouldn't. Scrolling down. Nakuls wrote, do you believe the world is as big as we are told? I do, because basically you get a sundial, you can make a sundial out of a bloody stick and sticking it in the mud, and you wait 24 hours and that sun will be back at exactly the same point again. So then you've got a time that you can actually use, and then obviously if you measure where we are, and you can measure, so for example, England is, from Land's End to John O'Groats is probably 800 miles or something like that. So you can work out, and then you can fly over. Ships used to go over the ocean and everything else to America and whatnot. So you can kind of work out how big the planet is if we went all the way around. And people have circumnavigated the globe. Regardless of what flat earthers say, people have circumnavigated the globe, and they have been doing it for before. I mean, boats have been around for thousands and thousands of years. Even the Egyptians had boats, so the boats have been around. I mean, if you even go to the stories of Hercules and stuff, they literally sailed to the ends of the earth and stuff. Anyway, and when I say the ends of the earth, I don't mean falling off the edge into Davy Jones' locker. But what was I talking about? Sorry, I'm trying to remember this. So once you work out that, if we come back round, then it's 1,000 miles an hour, and then you wait 24 hours, then you know that the diameter of the planet Earth is approximately 24,000 miles. So it's quite easy to work that out without needing anyone else to work that out, really. Um, just scrolling down. Sorry, my phone. Lemay wrote Nibiru is closer than most know. See, 10 odd years ago, I've been doing this a long time. 10 odd years ago, people were saying on Coast to Coast, oh, I can see Nibiru. I can see Nibiru. I'll send you a picture in. And the Coast to Coast were putting it up on their website. And, trust me, I do this every day. I research. And I was thinking, okay, if that's Nibiru, because they're showing a tiny little dot, if that's Nibiru, we're pretty much done for because obviously they can see it. But then it just died a death. No one said, a year later, oh, look, it's a bit nearer. No one said, 10 years later, oh, look, it's a bit nearer. It just stopped. There was a whole wave of all these sightings of this planet, supposedly. For all we know, it could have been, wait for it, a massive UFO that was just parked there, for all we know. So I was expecting more and more people, 10 years later, to be with better cameras and everything else to be showing us, but they haven't. So I would still say that it's not, it's still out there, far enough away that we can't pick it up with sort of normal, decent telescopes. June X has wrote, in case you missed it, but if Nibiru had rings, their planet, humans wouldn't exist. I did read that one out, yeah, and I mentioned about the fact that it more than likely had or has preceding it, certainly, and probably after it would be meteorites or comets or whatever would be around in its gravity pull. Sorry. Trying to leave my phone in, but every time I touch the screen. Lamav has wrote, I captured 2 pictures of planets that are coming around the sun now. So that's what I heard 10 years ago, but honestly I did. You can go back and listen to Coast. But 10 years later, they're not, you'd think it would be more people would see it and stuff, but it just hasn't. So I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying I did hear this 10 years ago or so, and nothing came of it. Sorry, I have to unplug the phone again to scroll. Paul's wrote, see, you can trust our true history, he's honest. Thank you. I tried to be, there's no point in lying, but thank you, yeah. If I'm wrong, I'm happy for someone to tell me where I'm wrong, but I don't like people just saying you're wrong. I'd rather, work out why I'm wrong. That's how I learn. If someone tells me where I'm wrong, but if no one tells me, then I start getting big-headed and thinking that I'm a genius. It's definitely going to die in a sec. Alfreda's wrote, someone has sent you a WhatsApp. Yeah, on the other phone. Sherry's muted user 919. I'd love to know. Do tell me, guys, later. Send me a private message of why you blocked people. I'm curious, because Sherry had told me about some naughty people before, and it was quite interesting. Thomas wrote, when we talking about Bigfoot recently went down, I'm guessing down, the rabbit hole listening to Jeff Meldrum. When talking about Bigfoot recently went down a rabbit hole listening to Jeff Meldrum. I don't know who Jeff Meldrum is, but obviously someone that sounds like he's clued up. Yeah, sorry, I don't know who Jeff is. I try, as you probably heard, I try not to look at other people's research and stuff, if I can help it. Sherry's wrote, sorry, Cookie. Don't know what's happening there. La Marvers wrote, go through my feed, you'll see the pics. That's to do with the two planets, I'm guessing. I'll follow you and try and remember to look. Doesn't look like you're following me, La Marv. Naughty. If not, why not? Scrolling down. Metal Detector wrote, thanks for the great live again. You're welcome. Thank you. Sherry's blocked Cookie again, and then Sherry muted Cookie. Cookie must be... Sherry, do let me know what Cookie was up to. He's a naughty boy. Winnie's wrote, who's gonna? I don't know what I was talking about then. Tom's wrote, there are 88 known books of the Bible and 66 published books of the Bible. Oh, I was on 2% there. Yeah, and each one's changed by man. Funny enough, if you go to the Book of Enoch, it says that man shouldn't change his word. And when we're talking about his, we're talking about the Anunnakis. Oh, Sherry's wrote he seems to have 100 accounts. That's old Cookie. Yeah, I knew he wasn't quite right. Yeah. If only he could have, anyway, it's just, I think, hopefully I proved to people that you do need to know what you're talking about if you want a live chat. Anyway. Chris has wrote, what do you know about Adam's calendar? Okay, I will waffle on about that for a little bit. So, as you probably heard me talking about earlier, Michael Tellinger is probably the best person to listen to regarding that. I'm on 2%, so if it does cut off, it's not me being rude. I've plugged it back in, but it will go at some point. So, Adam's calendar. So, if you go by Michael Tellinger's research, which I highly recommend people do, he's concluded that the particular structures over there that have these stones are done as a circuit board, which on the surface sounds a really weird idea, but when you actually take that same circuit board idea and move it over to Rome, where certain buildings were built in Rome, and then you look at it from above as a circuit board, as a PCB, it looks like a circuit board. I'll give you that, it does. So obviously if you're using the energy from the ground instead of a battery, e.g. ley lines, then okay, it's got possibilities. So going back to the Adam's calendar, which is a circle of stones, so it's not, as far as I'm concerned, although we've got Stonehenge, I don't think the Adam's calendar was purposely designed as a calendar, even though people call it Adam's calendar. I go along with the same conclusion as Michael Tellinger. Now, he's been there with a some sort of power meter, and if he stood in between the stones, because there was an inner circle and an outer circle, if I remember correctly, while he's in between them, he actually gets a reading of energy. So there's lines of stones that's obviously been knocked down as well. That's the other problem. Thank you. He keeps giving me the hearts. You don't have to. But there's lines of energy, lines of stones, very similar to the Karnak stones in France. So if you don't know what the Karnak stones are, it goes on for miles. The Karnak stones, and these are massive stones, sometimes three wide for miles, going across roads and everything. Go look them up. Karnak stones in France. Anyway, so very similar to that. So you can imagine that being a power line, power being transferred from one stone to another, to another, to another, to another, all the way along. And if that's the case, then the same thing happens with the South African area, where there's a lot of these stones that have unfortunately been moved and reused and repurposed, etc. But if you look carefully enough, you can see the pattern that it would have been a line direct to another set of stones, and so on and so on. So clearly they were used as, in my opinion and his, as a power generating cable, for want of a better word. Even though the cable's not there, they're using the stones to pass the energy from one stone to another, to another, to another, to another, which is a genius way of getting energy from one place to another in a small, not like a massive pyramid that's as tall as a massive pyramid. The stones are, I think probably 8 foot tall, something like that. So it's not overly tall. They might have been taller than that, but obviously, thousands of years of rain and mud and everything else, they might be lower down in the ground, similar to the what's that island, Easter Island, where they say that the bodies of the heads are actually go further down than what we see. So yeah, if you're interested in the Adams Calendar, do watch Michael Tellinger's stuff. Some of his is behind a paywall. In other words, you have to subscribe. I did subscribe. I think his work's great. Highly recommend it. So yeah. LeMays wrote, which we have been getting hit with meteorites here in New York. Well, I'd love to think that, that I'm, I'd love to think I'm right in terms that the planet's not going to be around in my lifetime, but again, could be, but I hope not. Just scrolling down. Jane's been blocking people, and so has Sherry. Oh dear. I can't. I wish I could read all the comments. I don't ever get to see them. You guys, you're protecting me, because I'll be going to bed at night going, "Arr," whoever that was, I'll kill him. June X has wrote. Sorry, I'm just plugged the phone in again. I was referring to studies stating that the rings of Saturn create its own heat. Oh right, okay. I didn't know that. Sorry, June. No, it's interesting. Well, actually, just going along the same lines of what I've just spoke about, really. I'm just going to have a quick swig of drink. Where I was just talking about the stones producing energy, or not producing energy, but allowing energy to be transferred from one stone to another. Now, if all right, spoiler alert, if you've watched the Skinwalker Ranch latest episode, forgive me if you haven't. Spoiler alert, amazing program, but basically they've got a mesa, and the latest episode they were playing drums, a sound frequency, and some of the rocks on the mesa heated up. I'm not going to spoil it for you more than that, but if going along the lines of what June said about the rings of Saturn producing heat, then stones probably have a lot more properties than we actually give them credit for. Sorry, just trying to scroll down again. Sorry, every time I plug the phone in, it won't let me touch the screen. Paul's wrote, Cookie really has something to prove to himself. I didn't see all the rest of his comments, I'm afraid. People blocked him, so from my experience, the moderators only really block if A, they spam continuously, or B, they are rude and crude and stuff like that. So I'm guessing he was rude and crude or something. Sherry wrote to Winnie, got him blocked and muted. Yes, you are, as wrote Orbs Ever Research. Yes, in fact, I did a whole video called a 3-hour documentary with my own research, and you'll find, same as my mermaid and same as, all the videos that I sort of research and do documentaries on, I look at things from perspectives that you won't see on TV or anywhere else, not even on Ancient Aliens. So yeah, the orbs, I've done a whole 3-hour documentary on the orbs. Literally, it's to do with the orbs. It's called Everything You Need to Know About Spirits. If you're interested in that, either you can watch them as 20-minute episodes, because that's all that TikTok allowed me to put up. So if you're interested in that video, either go to my pinned videos on my Patreon, on my TikTok page, or go to my Patreon channel, which is called Our True History. Patreon.com/Our True History, and watch all the videos there if you're interested. But I do cover the orbs also on my TikTok videos, which you don't have to pay for or anything. But in fact, the best place if you want to know about the spirits without paying anything although there's more research in my paid for ones. So if you go to my website, ourtruehistory.co.uk, just type in orbs in the search bar and then scroll down till you see spirits and then watch the videos there. They are all the ones that's on TikTok, but I've amalgamated them all into one long video, but it doesn't have all the research that my 3-hour documentary has, if that makes sense. Sorry. David's wrote Nibiru, also known as Nibru, which I, again on my Patreon page and my new series on TikTok, I look into the fact that, because obviously there's people out there that say there's no reference to Nibiru, but when you look at other researchers, they've called it Nibru, which is why people say there's no reference to Nibiru, because people have called it Nibru. And I went through the whole of that. You can make up your own mind whether I'm right or not that is Nibiru, but when you see the evidence, I'm sure you'll agree that I'm right. So yeah, Nibiru at least four times. Now there's some reports out there that I've heard people saying it's 10 times the size of Earth. And even NASA on a fairly recent article somewhere I read out on one of my TikTok videos, NASA says that there might be a planet 10 times the size of Earth in our solar system, which, is that Nibiru? Are they hinting finally? They did mention Planet X in our solar system back in the early 80s, because trust me, I've been doing this for a long time, and I remember these things, and I remember them talking about Planet X in our solar system. Of course, later on they changed their tune and yada yada yada. Nibiru. I do TikTok. I've covered TikTok videos on Nibiru, what it looks like. I think the vegetation is purple-ish or pink, as opposed to green. They have animals on there. They have oceans. I think they have only 2 land masses, from what I can gather from everything, north and south. And they had wars between the north and south. So the volcanoes died. They sprinkled gold in their atmosphere to help it repair. The funny thing is, we don't know what happened after that, because technically, if they relied on the volcanoes, did they rely on the volcanoes for anything else other than just to keep the heat out and the cold in, or the other way around, cold out and heat in? So if the volcanoes had died and they put the gold particles in the atmosphere and it helped bounce, just like Bill Gates wants to do with chalk, did they Anunnaki need the volcanoes to actually start up again for anything else? My argument would probably be no. They probably didn't need it. I can't imagine having volcanic ash and everything else day in, day out be good for their planet. So yeah, sorry, I digressed. I'm on 1%, I think. Let me quickly plug this in. LeMays wrote 3 words. 3 words to learn, man. Yeah, it is 1%. Before Anunnaki, mankind, Anunnaki creation, and since we became human monsters. Yeah. Sorry, just trying to scroll. David's wrote, do you believe there is a black moon we can't see? I believe, there's I don't know if you're aware of this, but recently the NASA's admitted that we have a moon, a tiny moon, which you could argue is a meteorite. So they've put that out there, but I mean, that's close enough for us to see, for anyone to see, and yet we've only just recently seen it, apparently. So is there another darker moon out there, or something dark? Yeah, I mean, you look at it this way: Romans named all the planets because obviously the gods were named after planets, and we didn't actually know about the planets till a few hundred years ago. All the planets, so Romans already knew, and not many people pick that up. That the Romans named the planets, their gods, after planets, and yet we wouldn't even known the planets were there. So someone knew what was out there, and we didn't. And yet, is there another moon out there floating around? More than likely, yeah. Paul's wrote, I was answering Cookie. Pins, please. Oh, sorry. It might cut off any second. It is back on 2%. Monty's, this is a good game, isn't it? Monty's wrote, do you think the Anunnaki will return? They're already dealing with the military. They're not going to come back here and do anything to this planet. No. Paul's wrote, thank you, you're welcome. Alfredo's wrote, for some reason I'm boring in every other aspect of my life except in class. I'm your class clown. Oh, bless you, Alfredo. Maybe you should write, I don't know, stand-up comedy or something. No, you're funny. Sorry. Or you comedy scripts. I think you'd be good at that, actually. Toon Welders wrote, space is fake, no aliens. Again, doing this video that I'm doing, segment 10, or part 10 of The Lost Book of Our True History, where I'm proving that the dome is really the atmosphere, the firmament's the atmosphere between space and Earth. I'm obviously getting to the point of showing that space is real. So again, another video that I can just point to people to and say, show me where I'm wrong, and they won't come back. It's good to be right. David wrote to Toon, aliens are here, always have been, but yes, space is not how we're told. And the reason for that, and I've already put part of that in segment 9, I've lost track of what number it was, 9. Segment 9 that came out today on the Patreon page, I've put down and showed why people think that space is not what we're told, and that's because, let's be honest, it's because of NASA lying at the moment. But I actually also, on that same video, show that NASA was telling the truth back then. I even showed the mouse on the rodent on the rocket ship on this video, but I also showed the UFOs that were flying around from the footage taken back in the 90s before they had to fake stuff, showing that the UFOs were real and that they had to keep cutting the feeds. So when you realise that, because people don't really do research, they just watch YouTube and believe someone. But when you do the real research, because I've been doing this for years, so I knew that the live streams were cut back then, but not many people do. So when you realise that live streams were being cut because of UFOs, and that they had to resort to faking stuff, then space is exactly what it is, which is the same as what happens on the Vomit Comet, which is why we also get Halley's Comet coming round every 70 odd years. So thank you, Leah, for the little cute fox. Wow, you're still listening. Bless you. Feel free to go to sleep. So I think, my videos, where I show the evidence, I do get frustrated with, I know I'm going to waffle here, but I do get frustrated with these these YouTubers that put these videos out and don't show the other side of things. And then people like David, I'm not knocking you, David, but you probably didn't know half the stuff I just said, because you probably watched some YouTube video and believed that, where they're showing, that the cup of water should have been floating around in space and stuff. They do fake now, but they didn't fake when they had many UFO sightings from the spaceships, and they had to keep cutting the live feeds, and that's why they resorted to faking space. So it's all to do with research. Everything you can answer everything with research, but not many people do. It's the same as The Britannica Cyclopedia. Did anyone see my video on that? Oh my god, I'm good. So there's people out there that believe that the dome is real because the Encyclopedia Britannica goes to the Antarctic and says that they see a dome, and they actually give the coordinates of the dome and how high up it is. People say, well, there you go, that's the dome, that's where the edge of the dome is, that's how high they can see the edge of the dome. That's their argument. This is people that live among us have read that and said that it's part of this invisible dome, that the British the Encyclopedia Britannica can actually see it. Anyway, 2 seconds on the Britannica website or any book, and you write in what does a dome mean in regards a mountain range, and you'll find that a dome is a mountain range. And of course, if you carry on reading the paragraph right underneath it, it says, and other mountain ranges. It's like, what? There you go. So it shows how easy people are fooled and believe anything without doing their own research. And that's why people say I should have my own TV channel, because I do my research. And so and next time someone shows you the Encyclopedia Britannica, you can just say a dome is a mountain. That's a name for a mountain. It's an actual official name for a mountain if it has a conical shape at the top, and it's geologically formed by more than likely magma underneath, it says. So 2 second research that was, and that destroyed that. I know I sound big-headed, but I don't mean to. Paul's wrote Toon to Toon Wolf. That explains your username. Sorry, Toon World. Sorry, that explains your username. Jane had wrote to Toon World. You're welcome to stay, listen, and learn. David had wrote to Toon World. Sorry, I missed something. Oh yeah, it was to do with the space. Yeah. Metal detect. Hopefully he's learnt something now by my explaining, because let's be honest, he got the no, because he's not been to space. So he's not been to space. So it's obviously he's took it from YouTubers that showed that NASA fakes stuff, and that's as much research as he's done. So hopefully he's now carried on listening and realised that there's two sides to everything. Don't just believe what you hear. Anyway, metal detectors, right? Okay, so why Celtic tribes using primitive tools, etc.? What happened? Why they like caveman did like flood? Reset them. I'm just trying to get your question in my head. So why did the Celtic tribes using primitive tools? What happened? Why they like cavemen did the flood? Well, so basically, the Anunnaki. The only reason why we have these magnificent buildings in Middle East and Egypt and India is because the Anunnaki allowed certain people to be builders. I can show you the tablets and stuff where Enki got upset with one particular person because he didn't build him the temple the way he wanted it to, or didn't finish it. But so they allotted people to do these building work. So anyone else that's not part of these people would have been using the most basic of tools, flint tools, copper tools, anything that they could probably get their hands on. So certainly Celtic, because obviously unless one of the Anunnakis came over and taught the Celtic how to do things, then they would have been also using the most basic of tools. Same as Aboriginals, same as other tribes in Africa where they split off from the ones, eventually they split off. In fact, they split off and moved to India, some of them, 60,000 years ago. Some of the Africans, when I say Africans, the first Homo sapiens. So yeah, it makes sense to me that they would have had, right up till modern times, really certain groups of people that weren't taught or had the technology would have been using the most basic of tools, but other ones would have had, marvelous tools that could actually do these amazing buildings that we can't seem to recreate to this day. Sorry, trying to press the button. Sherry's wrote, Billy Carson changes his mind as often as I change my pants. Sherry, you did tell me you only change your pants once a year. Sorry, had joke. I try not to knock people, but I would agree with you, Sherry, on that. I don't want to be nasty. Paul has wrote, Billy Carson is confused or really high. Now, I'll tell you what I do to people. Sorry, this is what I think he does, and forgive me if I'm wrong. But so when I'm talking to someone, whether it's to do with film work or anything, where I think I might not have all the answers, I blind them with science, regardless of whatever it is, whether it's to do with films or some of the businesses I've owned or whatever it is. If I'm not 100% sure on something, I blind them with science, and I just throw out as much stuff that they just end up just going, okay, fine, yeah, whatever, go ahead. And I think when I listen to Billy, he throws out as much stuff as he can, in the hope that he blinds people to think that he's talking correct. That's what I would do if I was him and didn't. Yeah, sorry, I digress. Scrolling on, guy on TikTok. Thank you guys, by the way, for staying up this late and listening to me waffling on. I've just come across your page and started at part 1. I'm up to part 150 now at Our True History. Oh, bless you. Hopefully you're enjoying them. If you want to watch them in sets a lot easier, they're on YouTube. I've done them in sets of 5 and sets of 50. So you can watch them on YouTube or my website. It's a lot easier than scrolling all the way to the bottom of TikTok, if anyone's interested. Alfredo's wrote, I much preferred Tintin to Asterix and Obelix. Probably explains why I'm a boy detective. Very good. Yeah, very good. Yeah, no, I don't know. I couldn't read properly, so when Asterix and Obelix came along, I used to look at the pictures mostly and tried to work out, and I still can't read, as you probably can tell. Sorry. Sorry. I keep plugging it in, and every time I touch the screen, it goes funny. Metal Detects wrote, Warstone Saxon boundaries. Sorry, just plug the phone in again. Not sure what that's referring to. I know I was mentioning that Sumerians had boundaries first. We've got the actual boundary stones in. The funny thing is, the boundary stones are marked with like Marduk, Enki, etc. So for people to say that these were fictitious story people, when we've actually got boundary stones saying this is Marduk's territory, to say that these were made up comic book characters, that they have these... sorry. Junas wrote to me, the apes that had human intelligence and canine instincts were called Gutium. That's it. I probably pronounced that wrong. Gutium. Thank you, June. I knew you'd know the name because you mentioned it the other day. So, yeah. So if anyone's interested, I did a video on my Patreon page called The Real Planet of the Apes, which actually reads out the tablets where Enlil comes across these Gutium characters and describes them just as June did. Human intelligence and canine instincts, but did look like apes. So they were as smart as humans. And then, in fact, if you look actually at how history, so not the old tablets, but sort of mainstream's history, you'll find that the Gutium were fighting us humans in history, not necessarily the Anunnaki text, but in our history. So our history was aware of these same creatures. So where we're writing down in our history that the Gutian was fighting, whoever it was at the time, we're sitting there thinking, as history people, oh, it's just another name for another race of humans that, maybe lived 10 miles away or whatever it was. But no, we've got the actual text that describes what they look like. Look like apes, canine instincts. How's that? How cool is that? And a human intelligence. So, unfortunately, mainstream have got the name right, and yes, we did fight with them because Enlil actually said that he sent them down to fight with us. So we've got that, but the mainstream won't tell you about the human intelligence part and the canine instincts and they look like apes. So I cover all that in that video on my Patreon page, which I find fascinating, the fact that there was a species here that was unfortunately outnumbered by us, but was, just as smart as us and didn't even need to be upgraded. In other words, we were upgraded from hominids, more than likely Neanderthal, but there was another race here that was as smart as us already. So technically, if anyone belonged here in terms of an intelligent race, it was them. Sorry, I don't even think that was Egypt. Africa. I think that was somewhere else. It didn't really say where, but I don't think it was Africa, because Enlil wouldn't have done that. So it would have been more maybe Afghanistan or something like that. Could have even been Greece for all I know. Sorry, it scrolled to the bottom. Sorry, it's because I had to plug the phone in. Right, okay, so I've had to scroll all the way to the very bottom, back to the top. I've missed a few questions. Sorry about this, guys. So Junas wrote, supposedly all spirits can be destroyed by nuclear blast. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Metal Detectors wrote, why 3,000 years ago so primitive using flint tools? Hopefully I've answered that. It makes sense to me. Quiam Word has wrote, I am the word. Okay. Lamay has wrote, now if Ra was advanced and had a clone waiting for him to jump into, it would look as resurrection. Interesting. Yeah. Would do. Technically, though, if Ra was Marduk, which supposedly he was, or Amun-Ra before the flood, if he was Marduk, then his longevity of life would have made him look immortal anyway. Metal Detector wrote, yet earlier tech better. I think flood made a reset on humanity. No, I just think, as I mentioned earlier, I think that, only a handful of people were given the tools to make amazing things, and everyone else literally got by with whatever they could do. Otherwise, you would have had someone go round with tech, gave them the tech, showed them how to rebuild that tech, because obviously that tech could have broke at any point. So then we would have had all these marvellous buildings absolutely everywhere. We don't. We only have them in the places where the Anunnaki were. So it's still, to me, it makes sense that only those buildings were. Sorry, I keep having to unplug and plug in the phone. It says live. I'm trying to read everyone's questions. Martins wrote, did you see the orbs filmed in Wiltshire making the crop circle a few years back now, I think? Oh, yeah, that was the Oliver Castle footage. Yeah, I've looked into that a lot. I know, what's her name? Linda Moulton Howe has as well. But yeah, from a filming point of view, genuine, 100% genuine, no trickery in terms of what I can see from everything that I know from filming from back then, etc., etc. Nicholas wrote, do you know much about the Israelite ones? Sorry, just unplug it to scroll up. Do you know much on the Israelite ones who think the UK was originally United Kingdom of Israel? Well, see, the Israelites was actually the Enulites, and the Canaanites belonged to Cain, but not many people know all of that. And the Enkielites, there was actually Enkielites as well, but they didn't really get much reporting on. So yeah, the Enlielites, they were the ones that because they were right. So basically, Enlil had a house, a property. You'll probably know of it if you're religious. It was what's it called? It's where the big building is now. It was built over Enlil's old house. Is it the Mount? The Mount in Egypt, in Israel. Anyway, so he had his home place with his wife's, which was Ninlil. So he lived there, and that's where he had the Enulites. And Marduk obviously was having fights with him. So that's when the Israelites, which we know as Enulites, went round and tried to have a fight. So it all matches the time frames and all the descriptions in the ancient texts as the battles between Marduk's lot and Enlil's lot, as well as Ninurta's lot, because Ninurta had a temple as well. They all pretty much had their own temples and their own people. And that's where we get the walls of Jericho and everything else. So you can clearly see the battles between them in the ancient texts. Forget the Bible for a minute. You can actually just go and read the ancient texts and you see the fights, how the war started and who was doing what and why, and even to the point of Inanna getting involved and literally nuking things. Well, when I say nuking, I have to be careful because the nukes technically came along approximately 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. But they had what they called the Pyramid Wars, which was about 9,000 to 10,000 years ago, which is where Atlantis sank, which is where Thoth was on, which was Ningazida's name, which we've got the evidence of that he actually was on that place that sank, which then matches the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, where he says he was in Atlantis, so everything makes sense. So the place where I say it is, compared to absolutely everyone else. Technically, the Egyptians did call the place that I said was Atlantis. The Egyptians actually called the unofficial Atlantis. That's what they actually called it. So they even knew it was freaking the place, but they didn't know that about the stone-circled walls. They didn't know about Thoth being there. They didn't know that Thoth was being warned off. They didn't know about the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and so on, which I've collated and put together and did that video on showing where Atlantis is and why, etc. Which, again, no one's debunked me, so I guess I'm got to be right. So, going back to your question about who thinks the UK originally is United Kingdom of Israel. So I don't know what that's referring to, but obviously because down the line, so same as Uruk was Iraq, or Iraq was Uruk, Israel, or Enulites ended up becoming Israel. The name changed or whatever. It wasn't obviously called Israel back then. I can't remember the name that they called it, but forgive me, I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, eventually it changed to Israel, which is exactly why down the line priests used to say that God and his wife lived in Israel. They did. The Bible talks about the God of Israel, which you can't have the God of Israel if you've got an almighty, being that lives nowhere. But of course, you start reading the Bible, and he's now got a lapis lazuli throne, and he lives in Israel with his wife, and they have a temple called Temple Mount, and then that gets destroyed and got rebuilt over. It all just makes so much sense. Jay has wrote, we will be Sorry about that. My phone ended up. Jay has wrote, "We will just be the next lost civilization." It's a sad truth, isn't it? I think you're right. Paul's wrote, "Watching Sumerian Origins on YouTube, which is excellent considering it's Sagro Sitchin's work." I don't recall seeing that. So I can't answer on that. I've not seen it. So that's why I do my own research, because at least then, if I've got it wrong, I've got it wrong. I don't want to follow someone else and then find that they've got it wrong. Metal Detection has wrote, yes, but the first documents of map surveys shows more land. Are you on about Antarctica? See, the problem with Antarctica is everyone goes by Admiral Byrd. I know you could say, well, the maps show land, which it did before Perry Reese maps. It was showing the edges, not more land in the middle. It showed the edges of Antarctica as land as opposed to ice, which is fine because ice comes and goes. My fridge sometimes gets ice, sometimes it don't. So the problem is, because no one's other than military's been there, they go by Admiral Byrd. Let's be honest, they do. And when Admiral Byrd says there's more land past the pole in the South Pole, people just take it that there's more land beyond the South Pole. That's what they take from it. And unfortunately, they don't realise that he's talking about the pole as he says it, but no one listens. Beyond the pole in the South Pole. He's referring to the pole in the South Pole, because people will just hear more land beyond South Pole. Oh, that means there's extra land somewhere way past us. Oh, then there's a dome and then it's flat and and they just make up all this other stuff. He's talking about the land beyond the pole in the South Pole. And when he's talking about land, he's on about dry land, not extra land. So he's talking about there's land, because Antarctica is a continent. It's an actual land. So when he's talking about that there's land there, he's talking about land. He's also in the same video, he talks about, so he's talking about North and South Poles. He's also talking about the North Pole also having land and military people up there. So it's not extra land, but unfortunately people just latch on to one thing and don't listen properly. I've done a video actually showing him say that, and I point out, because he talks about just above Little America, and of course no one bothers looking up what Little America is. It's a little island just below the bottom of Antarctica. So when you actually do exactly what he says and listen to what he says, you'll find that it's just a place in Antarctica that doesn't have ice. It's not rocket science. It's not extra land or anything. It's just, that's it. Sorry, scrolling on. Martin's wrote, don't prove a globe, only the indoctrinated believe that it's a globe. Well, I go by the indoctrinated would be the ancient Greeks. You do know we actually have a globe of the planet from ancient Greek times. So if you could let me know why they were indoctrinated and who indoctrinated them to believe it's round, because you've got to remember, people used to think it was flat. So for them to think it's round, they would have had to be indoctrinated, would they not? Or were they the ones indoctrinating other people to try and make it believe it was round? See, so when you go that far back, you start thinking, yeah, it's round. And of course, Martin, if you've watched my videos, which you probably haven't, the most simplest one, I still see videos to this day now on TikTok where people send up rockets and they go, look, it's flat. And I type in, you've just proved it's round. Because look at the distance. Wherever this rocket is, it's equal distance to the edge. And they go, what do you mean? Because they're thick. And I say, well, no matter where you are on a ball, you're always in the middle. What do you mean? That's because they're thick. So I say, well, get a ball, put a little dot on it, and then turn that round, and no matter where that dot is, not where you're looking from, but where that dot is, it's in the middle. Oh yeah, and then they delete my comments. So yeah, it's quite sad. Sherry's wrote, just put my phone in my pocket to do something, and I've been ordering from the TikTok shop. My TikTok shop. Just to let everyone know, I have a TikTok shop. If that's what Sherry's talking about. There's cups there that's got the evolution of man, but with an Anunnaki in between. And there's t-shirts, and there's a game called Your House Breaking Out. I know I'm advertising, but it's my own game, properly produced, properly made, and everything else. And you can play an escape room in your own house. You know those escape rooms that you go to, and you pay 15 quid a piece, and 5 of you go, and you all have a good time. You can do that at home now, without having to A, leave the house, and B, spend that sort of money. So it's all done. Genius. I know I am. Thank you. It's done by cards. So these cards are cleverly designed by Outer History, and it's puzzles. So you basically you hide, unfortunately, one person has to be the sort of game master or gamekeeper or whatever you want to call them, that can help the others, because obviously there's clues and stuff that's in the instructions, and of course if everyone starts reading the instructions, they'll all, right, okay, I know what to do. So basically you have someone that will hide the cards. You can be at work, you can do it in the garden, you can do it in your front room, you can do it over the whole house, up to you. You have an hour, and some of the cards, which are what they're called death cards, are laid out, on a table or anywhere you want to put them. So everything you need is in this pack of cards. It's genius. And so these death cards. So when the players find cards, and they try and work out the clues, and it's all to do with Outer History stuff. You don't need to know, don't need to know the stuff I know, but you just, you have to. It's just like another escape room. You just have to use a bit of common sense and stuff. And so you might find 2 cards, and you might work out that you might need to turn one of the cards over on the table, the death cards, but you have to be right, because if you turn over the wrong death cards, it's game over. So you might think, okay, we've got 2 cards, let's hold on to that, let's not turn that one over yet. You can play in teams as well. So you find the other cards, and you're like, well, that might mean this. And then when you finally get enough cards to be 100% sure what you need to do, you turn over another card. And that card, as long as you got it right, will give you another clue, and basically carry on. It's genius until you get to the right card at the end, and it says basically, "Well done, you've escaped or broken out," because it's called your house breakout or breaking out. So yeah, sorry if I digressed, but it's a genius idea. Unfortunately, TikTok will only allow UK buyers. However, if you are interested in that game or any of the other products that the beautiful Outer History have created, there's a colouring book. If you're interested in colouring book, I've done one on properly produced and everything. It's not, and it's done on sort of the images of Outer History. You've got Egyptian, you've got dinosaurs, you've got spaceships and aliens and stuff. But the beauty of this colouring book is some of them are done so well that you would actually want to cut them out and put them on a. Trust me, when you see go look at it, they're almost 3D. So once you've coloured it in, you'll probably want to cut it out and stick it in a frame. That's how clever. As you probably guessed, there's a lot of clever things in my shop. Sorry, I really did digress, didn't I? But so yes, so if you're interested in the shop, you can do it on my website. So I can send to America. There's a link on the website, outerhistory.co.uk. Go to products. Or if you want to buy from the UK, you can go onto the TikTok shop. I think there's free postage at the moment. And so just go to my profile and then click the shopping basket icon. Okay, moving on. Friend Pineapples, right? I saw an alien in a pet shop. Just unplugging the phone there. Martins wrote, 26,001 miles. I'm guessing that's the diameter of the Earth. You do know, and the flat Earth, I'm guessing you're saying, Martin, you do know that there's more people, because if I ask you for name one person that's seen the edge, you won't be able to give me anyone. You can make up a name, but there's no point in doing that. But I can give you more people that's seen mermaids, genuinely, in written documents from the time period, such as Blackbeard. Was he real? Yes, he was real. Columbus. Was he? Yes, Columbus was real. Ah, okay. They've seen mermaids, yeah? They've actually wrote about them. So I can show you those, as well as a few others, that have seen mermaids, but you will never be able to show me anyone that says that they've come to the edge. You'll say, well, there's ice. And you'll just point me to the Antarctic and say, there you go, Antarctic goes all the way around. But of course it doesn't, because if it's a flat Earth and you've got a telescope from the edge of Australia, it's only 4,000 miles you would see the ice with a flat Earth with a telescope. You would. Fact. But of course no one's done that because it's round. So when you say the diameter is 26,001 miles, that's a made up figure, because I will ask you for the evidence of that, because you would need to know the diameter. You would need to know that it's round, or round as in CD flat, which you won't be able to prove. And second, let's be honest, you made that number up, or you've heard some other numpty say it, but without checking, because you should really, Martin, check that. Otherwise, you'll come to people like me that will say, okay, prove it. And you'll go, oh, I saw it on YouTube. And I'll say, okay, so they would have needed to have... So whoever went to either side would have had some sort of technology to know the distance in miles. Do you see my point? You're thinking, oh, crap, he's going to get me here. Sorry, I don't mean to. But you're going to have the technology to be able to measure in miles. Obviously, you could say, well, nautical miles... Oh God, he's losing me here. So, if they've got the technology, which must mean they're fairly capable of going from one side to the other direct, because obviously what you don't want to do is, veer off the wrong way, because then that mileage that you've just given me is incorrect. So they would have to have some sort of more modern technology to go straight from one side of the flat Earth to the other. And you'd think in the modern technology, you know where I'm going, don't you, Martin? You're thinking, oh crap, he's going to go there, isn't he? Yes, I am. You'd think with modern technology, they would kind of maybe draw the edge, which you've got no evidence of other than more modern pictures. And then when I say modern, the last few years of people on YouTube. You'd think that if they'd have the technology maybe to just take a picture, because cameras are around in mid-1800s. And, you know where I'm going with this, Martin, don't you? Oh, that's too easy. Nicola's wrote to Martin, I'm hearing that flat earth theory is more and more on this app. It's sad, isn't it? It really is sad, because it's not flat. No one can, not one person. And you know what they say? This is what makes me laugh. They say that they're not allowed to fly over it, so therefore they get told off, therefore that's why we don't know about the edge. And then I say, okay, 100 years ago, before we had the technology to fly, technology to spot someone going towards the edge, because 100 years ago we didn't have all the satellites that we've got now. So 100 years ago, with cameras we've got, by the way, back then, we could have gone to the edge and had people reporting on it, and we got 0 reports of the edge. And now then what happens then is, when I say all that, they say, well, it's not an edge. I actually have had people say it's not an edge, it's a dip. And I was like, what sort of goes round? Yeah, that's it. What just keeps going round? Sounds like a ball then, doesn't it? Well, no, then it sort of goes back up again. You know what I mean? They kind of shoehorn whatever they want answer in to try and make it work, but give up. Why can't it just be round and be done with it? You know the moon is round. You know the other planets are round. The sun is not CGI, computer generated. It's been here before we were here. La Marvers wrote 13 moon cycles. Old calendar was 13. Turtle shell has 13 squares around, surrounded by 28 outer cubes. Not aware of the turtles. That's interesting. But yes, the Anunnaki did actually did start with 13 months in a year. They generally did, and then they changed it. So there was originally 13. You're correct. Martins wrote, they spray in the atmosphere to hide shit. I think you'll find they're spraying it to do various things with us. I don't want to say too much because there's maybe people listening that might not want to hear, but it's not to hide stuff from us. It's to, one of them's to make us acquiescent. One of us is to also give us the same stuff that was inside the you-know-what. Graphene. I don't want to say the words out too loud. If they was going to hide shit, you got to remember that people's been around for a lot longer than than aeroplanes have been around to be able to spray stuff in the sky. So I don't recall anyone looking up and saying, "Do you know what? I can see something," and then the military saying, "You know what? I think we're going to have to spray some stuff and hide whatever it is that they've just seen all over the planet." Yeah, it doesn't work like that. No, oh, Martin, go to the back of the class for that. Naughty boy for believing whatever was heard there. Martins wrote, "Look on my clips, plenty there." Yes, plenty of chemtrails, absolutely. I agree with that, but not chemtrails to hide stuff that there's nothing to hide. Because again, not one person. Or I'll do it the other way. Martin, tell me one person that's seen something that needed to be hidden. Deathly silence. Tumbleweed. Okay, and moving on. I've been doing this for hours and I'm still on top form. Lamahavas wrote, "Add me and I'll send you one I took today." I have added you already, I think, Martin, and I did, yes. And I remember saying, you're not following me, I think, if I remember correctly. And then I said, why not? Alfredo's wrote, "Sir, how do you think the golden ratio come into existence?" It's a good... Oh, that's a top of the class question, that one. I don't know if I'm going to be on that top of form at this time of night for doing this for hours. It's a good question. Well, I mean, really, the truth of the matter is someone more intelligent than us would have needed to know it before building such buildings on Earth. So, if you're referring to the pie, then you would need to know the circumference or the diameter of a round globe to be able to, yeah. So I would say certainly the Anunnaki. Yeah, spot on. Good point. Lamav is right. I don't know if it's Nibiru, but it's interesting to speculate on. Yeah, I will have a look. No problem at all. I haven't done it yet because I'm chatting still. But Indigo has wrote laughing faces. I'm guessing that's something that he doesn't agree with. Nicholas wrote, sorry, I have to keep plugging the phone in. "We can only say recheck on comment limited of characters." I'm guessing that's when I say, "Let me know where I've gone wrong." Not a problem. What you could do when you say, instead of saying recheck, just you could probably type in something instead of a swear word like I had earlier from someone that couldn't seem to string a sentence together. But when you say recheck, because obviously, I trust me, before I come on these live chats, I've been doing this for a long time, and zero people's debunked me. I know it sounds big-headed, but zero people's said I'm wrong and actually given me the information on, not just on live chats, but they could do their own videos and say, look, here's where our true history's gone wrong, and actually give evidence where I've gone wrong. But no one's done that. So they could, if I'm wrong, they could type something in to start with, and then I'll follow them, and they could say, look, you're wrong because, the focal length of a camera on da-da-da-da-da. Follow me or chat to me, and I will explain where I've gone wrong, and then we could chat. I'm not a bad person. I'll happily chat. I want to learn. But no one does. They only ever come back with, you're wrong, and I say why, and then they swear. And that's what seems to happen. Martins wrote, what we are told is lies, so you've got to question all. I do agree with you on that. I do, 100% agree. But you always have to look from every angle. All I'm saying is don't sort of just listen to the first person that says, oh, the Earth's flat, or this, that, and the other. Even what I say, don't listen to me. You can listen to me, but certainly go and do your own homework. Metal Detectives wrote, Jeremy Corbell. I don't know enough about him. I've not really looked into his background or anything like that. I know he's, him and the Blink 182 guy and the other guy that supposedly left office. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. So I haven't done much looking into him per se. Again, I generally, I don't know whether he would be a credible whistleblower or not. I haven't looked into him that much. So you'll probably know more than me about him, so I'd be happy to listen to what you've got to say. Okay, I'm going to unplug it. Jay's wrote, we are just the next loss. Yeah, you said that earlier. Sherry's pinned a comment. Cherry unpinned a comment. Scrolling down, people chatting to each other. This is live. Been doing this for hours. Nicola's wrote, I missed my question. If you got to it, I was asked in your background science starseed thing. Asking your background. So my background is I've not been to any school that teaches this kind of stuff. The reason for that is because when you find out that the schools and teachers will get sacked and have been sacked and told to be quiet when it comes to aliens and stuff like that, you realise that whatever you were taught in one of these institutions that's normally funded by, if you go and look at the amount of universities that's funded by the Rockefellers, you realise you ain't going to get taught this kind of stuff. So everything's self-taught. I've spoke to clairvoyance mediums. I've spoke to abductees in the past on phone. I've spoke to other researchers, as I say, Michael Tellinger, Nick Pope, Linda. I chat to them. I do a hell of a lot of research. So yeah, that's my background really. I mean, I do other things, film work and whatnot, but yeah, hopefully that answers your question. It's just all I take from whatever I do is just use a bit of common sense and logic, which so far has got me the answers that I seeked. Not answers that I wanted, but answers that I seeked. Miss TT UK is right. Hi, Miss TT UK. How are you? I'm guessing you're from UK. Martins wrote, there a massive line in the States, and it's not known what for goes through many states. Not aware of the line through states. I'd be interested to know a bit more on that. I'm trying to think. what kind of line it would be. No, I don't. I'm not aware of that. I've not heard of that. That's interesting. If you shed some more light on that, I'd like to know. I just read. So Alfredo's wrote to Sherry. Gillian Anderson, which we know is from X-Files, is like the poor man's Sherry, and that's to Sherry, and the Sherry's wrote back laughing. Jamie's wrote geothermal. Yeah, that was probably the name I was looking for. That heats the planets itself, internal heating. Thank you. I couldn't remember it off the top of my head. Martins wrote, they round us up into cities, shut off the power. 10 months later, most are dead. You know, Martin, on this side of it, you're spot on. So yeah, I just think the other part with the flat Earth and that, maybe research a bit more. But this side of stuff, you seem to be spot on. Metal detectors wrote. Sorry, keep unplugging my bloody phone. Twilight Zone type comments. Lukey from Reading has wrote, where do you get your research information from? Hopefully you heard me a short while ago just talking about how I do this. Obviously pre-YouTube I was subscribed to what they call if I start hearing it from loads of different sources over a longer period of time, I then start saying, okay, there's something seriously correct in this. Let's follow that train of. So, for example, Bigfoot. Years and years ago, my first encounter of Bigfoot was when I was young. Was a film called Snow Beast, a white monster. You've probably seen it, a horror movie if you're old enough to remember it. Scared the crap out of me. But they didn't really call it a Bigfoot back then. But as I started to hear the word Bigfoot, I used to think of that white creature in that movie, thinking that was Bigfoot. And then the more people started talking about Bigfoot and the fact that Bigfoot didn't seem to be white, even the ones in the Himalayas, according to other researchers as well, they may have grey hair, but not white like that snow beast. So, the more people I heard, then I would put the white version to the back of my head and go with the dark, or dark brown, black, or very dark red hair of the Bigfoot. Sorry. Smoking Lovers wrote yes. I'm not sure what that was referring to. Smoking Lovers wrote, the family, were they the ones I called from Vegas? They're missing. The family, where are they the ones I called from Vegas are missing? Are they the ones? Are you referring to the ones that said that they spotted the big aliens that were in the back garden? Martin wrote, probably only find out when it happens. Hitler spoke of it also. Yeah, I mean they're queuing up now. The plan. So you're right, Martin. You've obviously done your research on that. Well done. Unfortunately, it's not what we want to hear though. Sherry's wrote Purple Dawn and Golden Dawn. I don't know what that means, Sherry. I thought you was going to say golden something else there, but you didn't. So I don't know what Purple Dawn and Golden Dawn is. I know the Golden Hour. We use it in filming to get that nice orangey glow. But I don't know what that means. Sorry. Metal Detectors wrote, the Anunnaki planet broke ties with Earth totally. I wouldn't say so. No, I think that they could travel back here, so I think they would have probably carried on. Sherry's wrote, oh, message me tomorrow and blow your mind. I will do, Sherry. And you have to let me know what all these naughty people said that you kept blocking. Jamilia's right. I think they are blaming those secret programs so Congress can say we didn't know. I hear what you're saying. It's a logical thing. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I probably wouldn't agree with it. But I see where you're coming from. It makes sense. Star Wars was right. Why do you think we do? I don't know what I was talking about. Sorry. I'm sorry. It could have been, an hour ago. I can't remember what I was talking about at that point. Sorry. This is live, everybody. I'm trying to keep the battery going as long as I can. Jamelia's wrote, when it comes to disclosure. That's continuing on what she said a minute ago. Lamava's wrote, what's your thoughts on the Black Knight satellite? There was something there. Definitely something there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spoke about it. It would have just been, there's nothing there. Forget all of the Nikola Tesla here and, radio broadcasts from space and whatever else. We'll just go with the sort of direct facts that we have. Something was there. NASA said it was part of a spaceship that came off that was supposed to come off. So forgetting the part where people say, "Oh, it's millions of years old," because no one was here millions of years old. So I don't know why people even believe all of that. You have to go with what we can actually verify. So something was there. It was in a polar orbit, which is different from the normal orbit. It goes from pole to pole as opposed to round the belly. So it was definitely there. Now, whether or not it's still there, the chances are, once we was aware of it, they would have took it. NASA or secret military would have went in there and took it. So if it's there now, I doubt it. Unless it's got some sort of force field around it. So what it was it what NASA says? I don't think so. I think it was probably something else, not from Earth. Whether it's a probe or not, which is the general consensus, more than likely. But I don't, in my heart, I don't think it was from NASA. Just the way NASA would have, as always, comes out after the report. A few years after people have been talking about it, they then say, "Yeah, that was," they would have quashed that straight away if it was one of their parts of their craft. But so yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Sorry, unplug the phone again. Star Wars wrote, why do you think we don't have a twin sun? Oh, right, okay, maybe that was what you mentioned earlier. So okay, good. I'm glad you wrote it. Why do you think we don't have a twin sun? I think the sun would have burnt out a long time ago. So we're supposed to have a binary star system, according to scientists, according to people that looked at other solar systems. Majority of them have a binary star system, or should have a binary star system. So if ours has died out, had it died out before the Anunnaki came here, more than likely, because if it did die out, normally when I say normally, no one really knows because no one's been around long enough to see a supernova, but supposedly suns can do a couple of different things when they're about to die. One of them is expand. So our sun, in I think 5 billion years, just put that in your calendar. Make sure Bill Gates is front of the queue. Will expand and take out Venus, take out Earth, and I think take out Mars as it expands, and then suddenly pops, and then everything comes into sort of a singularity type, wormhole type black hole. So of course, if that happened with our twin, or our sun's twin, chances are we probably wouldn't all be here, because if it creates a black hole, then would more than likely be sucked into it, or would see the event horizon, which is where light can be just before it gets sucked into. So basically, bottom line is, if there is a, it would have died out a long, long time ago, and if it is, what's left, because if the sun is just a gaseous ball, what would be left to go round, if that makes sense? It's not like you've got a core in it. I mean, I don't know, maybe there is a core, but if the core is actually small, so for example, our sun, I don't know, may have a tiny, golf ball sized nucleus or bigger. So it doesn't have to be the same size as the sun. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm guessing. No one really knows for sure. So if there is a dead sun and it does have a core that's now dead, it may not have to be as big as our sun in order for it to have been there in the first place, if that makes sense. Sorry. I don't think anyone's going to know the answer to that, really, because no one's going to be around long enough to get the answer. Martin's wrote, the Romans stole and made their own history. I'm sure they had some history that was written from their own history. Otherwise, I'm sure. I'm guessing what you're saying is that they stole some other history. Otherwise, if they stole everyone's history, then they'd have the Anunnaki's history in there, which they kind of do to a point, because obviously the 12 gods of Rome, but they would have had all the other stories that, Inanna doing, attacking Marduk. So they haven't stole absolutely everything, but they would have. But then again, Greece is technically, you could say Greece stole ancient Greece stole other things, because they actually talk about the dividing of the four lands, which is what the Anunnaki talk about. So, and obviously you've got Enki being Neptune and so on, and Neptune creating creatures, not Enlil, not Zeus, but Enki and Neptune both created creatures. Funny enough, they both did create creatures. So, and the list goes on about their similarities. So it's not really copying when it comes to the God side of it, because they're just retelling older stories. Sorry, just unplugging the phone again. Ellie's wrote, what hope for this planet? Well, the planet will carry on. Just very rich people will be in charge. And a lot of us won't be here anymore. There'll be a 500 million, which is what they actually had on the Georgia Guidestones, which is what was literally telling us. And then, lo and behold, they get the Georgia Guidestones as their plan starts to take effect. The Georgia Guidestones get taken down. And the first thing they do, instead of treating it as a crime scene, they bulldoze the whole lot down. Now, obviously, we know that they don't want us to talk about the Georgia Guidestones anymore, because obviously it talks about a one currency. It talks about everything that they're doing. So that's why it was put up in the first place. Again, going back to what I said at the beginning of this live chat about David Wilcox saying that they have to tell us everything they're doing, and we're all just sheep. And he's probably not. I thought he was stupid at the beginning, but the more you look into how they're telling us what their plans are, the more I start thinking that maybe David was right on that research. I've not spoke to David actually. Melted Text wrote, Earth's gold went to good cause. Still lots here. Yeah. I mean, they took what they needed, and excuse me. Ooh. Oh, using my brain is not good for me. Yeah, they took what they needed. Martin's wrote, you not though got ya take the Earth into account. Everything is electric. So I'm just trying to read that again. You not though got ya take the ether. Sorry, I'm tired. Ether into account. Everything is electric. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long you've been listening, but I did mention the ether before, so I do think there is a source of something that we can draw from, electric or manifestations or something, whatever it is. If we collectively concentrate or pray, shall we say, then we could possibly manifest something from the ether ourselves. Martins wrote, nothing new under the sun, holographs included. Not sure what you mean by nothing new under the sun. Sorry, I'm not sure what that means. Martins wrote, magnetism plus and minus pterodile feeds. Not sure where you're going with that. Maybe he's doing my trick, trying to blind me with science. Robbie's Sons wrote, the dome... Oh, God. The dome is on land in Antarctica. It's a high range of stone. Thank you, Robbie. Yes. I'm glad someone else has done their homework. Yeah. Sorry, my phone keeps going on me. Yeah, it is. But yeah, people seem to think it's an invisible dome. It's amazing how people can just pick something and then just, yeah. Nicholas wrote, yeah, it's me just discovering you. You weren't on my radar, so gonna binge on your stuff. Oh, bless you. People have done that, actually. There's like 20 hours worth now. That's not including the Patreon videos, which is probably another, I don't know, probably another 20 hours on there alone. So, yeah, good luck. If you do want to watch them in sets, it's probably easier than going on TikTok. They're on YouTube channels, Outer History. Martins wrote, yeah, you need to read pre-1957 books. You should, or a podcast or Spotify. Oh, sorry. That was two different people. You need to read pre-1957 books. For what? For the hiding of stuff by putting... Sorry, so I think Martin was the person that was talking earlier about the chemtrails are put up in our skies to hide stuff so that we don't see it, even though humans have been here for a lot longer than we've had planes to put stuff up to hide stuff, even though no one's seen anything. Martin's saying you need to read pre-1957 books, which might hopefully show me what's up there that I now can't see because recently they've been putting chemtrails up. I still don't see that, but okay. Nicholas wrote, you should, or a podcast or Spotify. I do. These lives are on my Spotify or any podcast. They're already there. Just look for Outer History. Or go to my website and look at live chats, and then you can either listen to them on my website or click through to Spotify, and then you can save me as someone on Spotify, and then you can listen in your car or whatever if you so wish. I don't know if anyone wants to listen to me more than I don't even want to listen to me. Mr. Four Tweeties wrote, good afternoon. What a cool name. Hi, Mr. Four Tweety. Mr. Krista has wrote, does Earth really look like a honeycomb inside? I would say it does. To a certain degree, I would say it does. Not probably everything, but, let's be honest. How do you think a planet is formed? Not without an almighty being creating it. Because, that Black Ops book that I was telling you about, which is why I say it's a genius book, you should read it. It's called Black Ops, Aliens, Spirits, Bigfoots, and Our Untold History. Links on my website, outerhistory.co.uk. But why it's clever is because it talks about if God created Earth with all the different minerals, etc., for us to be able to use and mix together, otherwise God could have just created a simple, 2-mineral planet, really. So he's created this planet. I'm getting somewhere here. That's why the book's clever. It's almost as clever as me. I can't say it's as clever as me. It is damn good. But anyway, the point is, God would have had to have put all these chemicals on here in order for us to evolve to be able to make these chemicals into metals, into rubber, into plastics, etc., in order for us to leave this planet. And you know why? Because on other planets, there's different minerals. If we're the only planet in the whole of the universe that God decided to put life on, what the hell point was him saying, do you know what? Mars, I'm going to put these different types of chemicals on. Pluto, I'm going to put these different types of chemicals on. Saturn, I'm going to... There's no benefit whatsoever unless he knew we was going to leave this planet. Because when we get to another planet and we've got different chemicals, we can then create more things. So you kind of see that it's not God, really, that's thought all that far ahead. I know people will say, well, yeah, he did. You know, he thought that let's put different chemicals on in the hope. Because we could have blew ourselves up quite easily before we even got to... I mean, he could have killed us again. You know, if you believe in God, he set the flood on us. That's nice of him, wasn't it? But at the same time, he wanted us to survive by telling Noah. Even though we've got the tablets that say Enki told Noah and Enlil was the one that tried to flood us. But anyway, so straight away with the planets, it doesn't make sense that we've all got different chemicals if it was made by an almighty being, in my opinion, as well as the book. But yeah, I think, so when you're looking at how a planet would be formed, I would say a planet was formed by rocks hitting each other, more than likely an ice core, the rocks sticking to the ice, and over time, especially if you've got a sun that would have the gravity to pull the rocks, and apparently that's why our Earth shape is the way it is. It's not exactly a proper sphere. In fact, if you read that book, that's why I say the book is good. It's fact after fact after fact. Mars also has a funny shape to it. I can't even remember what the book was saying about, but it's clever. Go wait till the audio book or whatever's out, or go buy a copy of that book. It's clever. But yeah, if rocks hit together, then you would get a honeycombed interior, which is what I think our planet is. Martin's wrote, no one's been to space. Extraterrestrial means extra lands. So Martin, this is where I'm going to make Martin look silly. Sorry, I don't mean to do it, Martin, but you've made me do it. Martin, so, I hate doing this to people. So Martin, Martin's going to reply. Everybody, someone pin it for me. Martin's going to reply and explain why there's hundreds of videos that NASA had done, live feeds from the 80s and 90s, from the ISS, and out of those hundreds, many of them have UFOs flying in and out of the camera shot, and all the feeds got cut. So if you could explain, Martin, why NASA would have faked UFOs flying in and out of shot, some of them coming up from the ground. There's even one, you've probably seen it, you probably haven't, because otherwise you wouldn't have said space is fake, but there's one where a UFO is literally coming in from outside towards Earth. You've got to watch this, guys, if you haven't seen it. There's a flash of light down on Earth somewhere, and a beam of light of some description comes up and aims, basically, this all happens within a few seconds, heads towards whatever that UFO was. The UFO suddenly turns and goes away before that some sort of light rocket, whatever it is, I mean, it can't be a rocket, it was too quick for it, literally misses it by, I don't know, half a second. So Martin, if you can explain why NASA made that video showing a fake UFO suddenly turning after being shot at, Martin, everybody's waiting for you to type in why NASA would do that. That's just one of them, Martin. that you're probably unaware of. So why would NASA fake that, please, Martin? Martin's going to type this now. Someone's going to pin it. I'm loving to see the answer to this. When you realise, Martin, that you can't really reply to that, because obviously there's no reason for NASA to do loads of videos and have UFOs flying in and out of them and then cutting the live feed. When you realise that, then maybe start following me and say, okay, he's got a point. They're now faking them because of the UFOs that were showing up. You see my point, Martin? Come on, Martin, stop watching YouTube and start following me. Sorry about this, guys. Martin wrote, but not replying to my point because he can't, obviously. It was carrying on from his last comment. Wrote, lost, or should say hidden knowledge. Claire had wrote to mine, oh, like that. April has gave me a rose, probably because I was calling someone out. I don't like to call them out, thank you, April, but I don't like to call them out. But you know, I'm fact based where possible, and if I don't know it, I'll say I believe. So what Martin should have said is I believe. Don't tell me it as a fact, because I'll pick up on that. If that's why I say, you know, allegedly, or I believe that, you know, the universe is da da da. Or I've heard. But I won't say something as a fact if I can't point to where it was. Sorry, it scrolled all the way to the bottom, but I'm just now quickly looking to see whether Martin had replied. No, didn't think so. No. So what normally happens when I call people out is they do one of two things, possibly three. They disappear, which hopefully Martin's not done. 2, they keep quiet. Or 3, they come back with some sort of sarcastic remark, but not an answer to my questions, because I've never had anyone actually come back with, or did I once? I might have had one person come back with a half-decent answer on something. Sorry, I'm scrolling all the way to where I was again. Just saw a comment saying, love your content, really appreciate your time, thank you. Oh, bless you, thank you, Leon. Sorry, I was just scrolling all the way to the top where I was. Sweeties wrote, good afternoon. Sorry, honeycomb. Tom's has wrote 2:47 p.m. Wow, it's midnight. Jesus, my boy should have been in bed a few hours ago. Okay, well, I'll definitely let the battery die now, otherwise I will be here all night. Lamar has wrote, sound frequency is a lost technology tool. It can heal, levitate things, stones, properties change. I totally agree with you. I've done videos on it. In fact, if you read that book, The Black Ops, Aliens, Spirits, Bigfoot's Now True History, it actually goes into more detail than I do on how it can actually levitate the quartz in the limestones, etc. Actually, a genius book. I can't praise it enough. Only because I've been listening to the audio recently. I forget how good it was. TB, best book I've read. Tobbs has wrote, what do you think of the recent Vegas alien sighting? I think it's genuine. My battery is on 1%. I'm just going to try and leave it a little bit longer. I think it's genuine. I'm not sure about the type of creatures they're talking about, but obviously there was a light, you know, even from the dash cam or the badge cam, there was a light that came down. Now, whether or not the people decided, oh, look, there was a light that come down, it would be great if we make up a story about it and ring the police, I don't know. They seem credible. The question then you got to ask yourself is why no one else has said that they've seen 10-foot aliens running around, and where was their craft? So if the craft disappeared, it would either need to be cloaked, in which case, why get out of it and walk round if you could cloak your craft? Unless they was unsure that it was cloaking, so they got out to see whether or not it cloaks. and then got back in it. Possible. So it's a hard one to say, but something was obviously filmed being seen. Thank you. Oh, Leah's still up with a little fox. Oh, thank you, Leah. Leon's wrote 10:50. I'm back, and yes, I love your content and appreciate. Oh, thank you. Right, I will let the phone. It's on 1%. So if it dies, it's not me being rude, because I hate being rude. That's why I've been plugging it all night. Sherry's wrote, "Dang, who did that?" So if it cuts off, I hope you all have a wonderful evening, day, whatever. Tom's wrote, "Were the Gutten women beautiful?" If you was a man Gutten, then you probably think they were beautiful. But the description was they looked like apes. So if you're into apes, then probably they were pretty. However, saying that, Helena Bonham Carter didn't look too bad as an ape in Planet of the Apes. I shouldn't say that, should I? That sounds weird. Metal detectors are stone, bronze, ice age, a lie. Find flint tools. Yeah, I think their dates are wrong. Obviously, mainstream deliberately lying about the dates. So I think everything needs to be pushed back further, which would explain the answers to your questions. Q has wrote, "We were created by AI to build and establish an AI on Earth." When you say we were created, do you mean humans? Because we've got the tablets that say why we was created, to carry baskets. So I don't know where you got that from. Battery's low. It says it's going to shut down in 30 seconds. So it's just popped up. Thou Shout has wrote, "Hi brother from New Zealand." Right, I'm going to shoot, not because I'm bad, it's just because I've got to put my boy to bed. So thank you everybody for the time. I'm going to try and shut off before it cuts off. Thank you very much for spending the time with me tonight, and hope you all had at least some fun. I know I did. So I will let everyone go tonight, and thank you very much, and I'll catch you next time. Feel free to go to my website, outrohistory.co.uk. Got live chats on there, got loads of videos, stuff that I've not talked about on here, time travel and all kind of stuff. If you're interested in real deep research, spirits, mermaids, Bible, proving the Bible's Anunnaki, that's on my Patreon page, or now on my new TikTok series by clicking profile and then clicking on the linked. There's a pinned video there. And I do have products now. Like I say, if you're interested in any of those products that I've mentioned, like the escape room in your own house, which is genius, feel free to have a look and see what you think. All right. Sherry's wrote, "Night boss," and pinned it. Night everybody. Take care. Thank you for a nice evening. Bye. Bye. Okay, 1 minute. The phone wants to get rid of me. No, it won't let me end the live.